Hello and welcome to Warden Law Kart Circuit here in the fabulous northeast of England, where we actually have, Paul, look, sun, blue skies. Yeah, the weather forecast way better than we thought it was going to be yesterday, so it's very, very likely we'll get all the pre-finals and the finals off in the dry. We have a packed programme for you here at the Rotax Championship, the most important single-day event in British karting. We've got 4 pre-finals this morning, then lunch, and then 4 finals. Now, my name's Nick Damon, and if you were here yesterday, you would have realised I had another voice, a voice with the same accent as where we're at, a northeastern voice, the lilt of the coast of England, near Hull, up by the North Sea. Also an expert. Look, he's studying intently the times and the numbers and the. I've lost the word. Use the word in English here. I'm so excited. I'm so surprised to see you do that. It's Joe Bradley. Joe,
Nick, I'm just having a look at the grids for the rest of the programme this afternoon. I tell you what, where you're standing now, that point there, that little box there, with the number 1 on it. That's what this weekend's been all about. It's going to be who plants their kart after the finals this afternoon is going to be awarded the O plate. And I'm just looking at the grids now, Nick. All right, we're going to start with Minimax. Chase Fernandez. Yesterday, Chase Fernandez, he came from the middle of the pack. He watched what was happening in front of him. But the thing about what Chase Fernandez did yesterday was he saw opportunities arise and he went for it, and he was very decisive. That decisiveness is going to put him on pole. Our first pre-final sees Chase Fernandez on the Minimax pole.
Now, quickly, for those who aren't perhaps so au fait with karting, there's pre-finals and finals. Yesterday they qualified to set the position in the pre-final, but of course your actual overall grid position for the race that counts this afternoon is based on how well you do in this first race. So conservative, aggressive, it's going to depend, isn't it?
Well, this is what it's all about. And yesterday we saw some massive action. The stewards have been very, very busy. And it took until this morning to actually issue the grid for the Minimax final. There was no trophies for yesterday. The trophies are all about today. So the intensity is just going to ramp up. Nick, I'm just hoping I haven't peaked too early.
It's a very good point about the various stewards' decisions. There's a big canteen back there with a wall of glass, which is filled with A4 sizes of the judges. In fact, have decided the start of the course. In fact, unfortunately, because Matt says he needs an extra window for all the various complaints.
Put an extension on the clubhouse just to put the protests on. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this yesterday in yesterday's coverage. The intensity of this weekend. It's a one-off event. And it means so much. Carrying that O plate for the rest of the season and into next season, there's so much emphasis goes into it. But the problem is, it's jeopardy. You know, you can go out there, you can have all the best setup, and then you can make a slight mistake, or someone else can make a slight mistake. That'll cost you your race. And that's the intensity of it. That's the drama. We're in the entertainment business, though, mate. We love this, don't we?
So talk about Minimax and Chase Fernandez, who got on pole by effectively being the cleverest, I would say, of the drivers. Yeah. Up from Minimax, it's Junior Max.
Junior Max, we've got Daniel Grinchard, Harry Linden. They actually posted the exact lap time in qualifying to the very 1,000th of a second. And we saw those two guys dominate Junior Rotax Max yesterday. I can't see that changing. However, what I can see changing, I'm going to say it again, the aggression is going to be ramped up, the controlled aggression, let's call it. Let's not just go rampant aggression. But yeah, it's the intensity, it's going to be all to play for in Junior Max.
Yeah, I mean, it's the interesting state. If you're at the front, you just want to stay there in the pre-final. But if you're 10th, you've got to make some move forward, haven't you? You've got to get yourself in the top 3 or 4 for that all-important main final this afternoon.
Exactly, Nick. And what I said was, you know, bad luck, whatever incident can befall some good drivers, and we'll see that in the seniors, where we've got some, you know, the current O plate had an absolute nightmare in the first heat. He had a bumper fall off the rear of his kart. He didn't score any points, so he's way down the grid. His brother Reese, second in the British Championships. He had a disqual for some sort of infringement, technical infringement. He's starting very last. These guys, and there's a lot more of them, that list is huge. The guys that are really quick should be at the front, but in the mid-pack to the back, we're going to see these guys move through.
You're talking about Senior Max and those two guys with the Hunter, not twins, they're brothers. So who actually got it right in qualifying?
Well, George Holbrook, he came into this weekend being a very, very strong contender. Lewis Gilbert's the pole man. He's had the best results from the heats. And Lewis Gilbert and George Holbrook going off for this into turn 1 for that final. All right, we've got to get through the pre-final, and those two guys will want to maintain that front row position.
And finally, of course, the class I have the most empathy with, the larger lads, still way smaller than me, in the Senior 177. 7 karts, very much 4 karts are all in it, though obviously one of them just needs to keep his fitness up.
Well, we've got, you know what, we've got the cream of the crop in the 177 class. We've got the current British champion, Henry Hayes. We've got a former British champion, 3rd in the British Championship, Matty Easton, local lad. On the pole position, though, Nathan Schaefer. What a day he had yesterday. Hard to beat. We've got the return of a multiple club champion here at Warden Law, Jay Taylor, who's come out of retirement. He's been training hard, but he's training, you know, you can train as much as you want in the gym. Track fitness, completely different, and Jay really found it hard yesterday. He would have been a contender if he'd had some more seat time. However, I think the race is going to be between those 3. Nathan Schaefer, Matty Easton, and who was the last one? Henry Hayes. Yeah.
So just to remind you, everyone, we got 4 pre-finals this morning. The first one off in about 15 minutes. And then we have a lunch break and then the 4 main finals, which will decide who will get the O plates in the 4 classes: Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Max and Senior Max a bit heavier, and they'll be here, they'll be interviewed by Joe. But of course, this whole event is at MSUK. It's a Motorsport UK event. It's sanctioned by the governing body of all motorsport, be it from karting to drag racing to F1, in fact, everything there. And we had Joe yesterday having a chat with, was it Richard Lockwood?
Richard Lock.
Richard Lock. Where did the wood come from?
I don't know.
Well, remove the wood, as they say.
Not like you to add words.
Yes. Who would have thought? So with Richard Lock, he had a chat with him to find out really how Motorsport UK works in the sanctioning of this event.
Motorsport internationally is regulated by a governing body. And here in the UK, that governing body is Motorsport UK. And the man from Motorsport UK here this weekend at Warden Law is Richard Lock. Richard, not your first time at Warden Law, I believe.
No, this is our 2nd or 3rd time now. We originally came here with the British Kart Championship last year. It's a new sort of venue back on the tour, really, with Matt Hunter taking over the place, and he's invested considerable amount of money and brought the facilities up, and it's a really great environment, good facilities for us to come back here.
Now, the British Open is arguably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, events of the karting calendar. It's an all or nothing one weekend event. The intensity is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's got a different flavour to the British Championship rounds. It is, as you say, a one-off event, and it comes down to really last race, last lap, who's in front, and pick up the rewards from it.
So what is your role here today, Richard? You are representing Motorsport UK, the governing body. You guys write the rules and regs.
Yeah, pretty much any four-wheeled sport in the UK is run under the control of Motorsport UK. As you say, we set the technical regs and sporting regs with these events as well. We've come along to support the club here with a group of staff just to assist them with running this prestigious event.
Now, when I say governing body in the UK, that's everything from Formula 1 British Grand Prix right down to where we are this weekend, grassroots level motorsport. And Lewis Hamilton has expressed concerns about the rising costs of going racing. But I know that Motorsport UK have got that very firmly in their sights. What sort of things are on the horizon to kind of put a curb on that?
Yeah, absolutely right. Motorsport UK are looking at various different ways of making it more accessible for everybody. We've been teaming up with commercial circuits around the UK, trying to create a pathway for somebody just to come experience their first time karting, all the way through to becoming a British, European or a world champion. We're also working alongside Rob Smedley from Formula 1 with a new electric kart concept, and that's in a proof of concept at the moment. We actually had the first electric championship round at another venue 2 weeks ago, so groundbreaking for Motorsport UK and looking at the future of electric as well.
Great future planning from Motorsport UK.
Well, of course, karting is, as Richard said, the most accessible motorsport, but it still has a bit of a cost attached to it, and we've seen some impressive teams here, aren't there? It's amazing. So I walked through the paddock earlier, and I'm looking left and right, and it's just carts after car, all put together in these huge team awnings. I mean, last night all the carts were stripped right down, engines out, wheels off, moving parts off. They were sprayed down, re-oiled and greased. It's a huge operation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But we are at the very top level of national karting, Nick. And if, we've got any spectators who are thinking about getting into karting, there's not a necessity to place yourself with a team. This is the serious end of national karting. We're here for the British Open. There are plenty of kart clubs throughout the UK that you can go and race at pretty much every month and, drive your kart around the track during the weekends in a non-competitive environment and get involved in the sport in any way. However, this weekend, Nick, it's, this is professional karting. There are teams here who this is how they make their living, by running people in karting.
Yeah, so it's my first experience really of actually working on a major national meeting, and it's the intensity is pretty impressive. There was someone saying, we got this comment yesterday, someone saying it's a much more relaxed atmosphere in the pit lane because they haven't got the kids here.
Or the cadets.
Yes.
Well, that, karting dads, the term karting dads, anybody who's been a mechanic or been involved in car racing or kart racing will understand the term karting dads. Yeah, I mean, you know what? There's a lot of time, effort. There's a lot of funding. Family money, commercial money goes into this sport, and you know what? I mean, karting's as expensive as you want to make it. You can do it on a budget, or if you want to race at a top level, then there's arguably motorsport is expensive. There's no escaping that. But the intensity is massive because it's a very, very competitive paddock. It's especially a weekend like this. I've talked about this. I get bored of my own voice sometimes. Never. But the intensity of this one-off British Open meeting where the all plate is up for grabs. The thing about it is you can't just have a bad heat. You can't just have a bad day. It's like you can't come back next weekend or the next round and claw it all back. It's all about in the moment, and it either comes to you. You can do whatever you can. You've got to maximise and optimise every time you're out on track, and the intensity of that to keep that pressure on, and the intensity of the mechanics working away, the meticulous attention to detail that goes on in any motorsport paddock, but especially at this level. It's a team sport. You're relying on your mechanic when, you want a degree of camber on the front. It's got to be that degree of camber that will get to you, optimize the tyre use. You want 2 bar of pressure. You don't want 2.1 bar or 1.9. You want 2 bar or whatever. It's the meticulous attention to detail that goes on in all forms of motorsport, and especially in the paddock today. Now,
paddock not quite as busy as I was expecting. Now, we've obviously been on air for a while. Mainly because the timetable for the day, but the timetable had already changed because there was going to be a repechage for the senior 162s. But
that's down to Nick. We've got a maximum of 34 karts that we're allowed to run here at Warden Law, and we were running 35 in our senior 162 Rotaxes. We've had a retirement, so that put the number at a more manageable 34. So we can do away with the repechage and just get straight in with the pre-final. So the programme is only slightly different. We've dropped the repechage for the 162 Rotaxes, which means we've basically got 4 classes now and 4 pre-finals. We're going to kick off with Mini-Max. The intensity of their heats yesterday was phenomenal. That kept the stewards working very late last night. We then go into Junior Rotax, Senior Rotax 177s, and then the final pre-final will be the 162 Seniors. We've then got a bit of a lunch break. Now, that's not been put in the timetable for you and I to go and have lunch, Nick.
Great.
That's been put in the timetable for the teams and the mechanics and the drivers to prepare for the final, because you mentioned that. They seem to never stop tinkering with the setups, what sprocket to use, the wind changes direction. You'll see the mechanics go to work, changing sprocket, changing jetting on the carbs. There's so much variables that you can adjust on these things that they're continually trying to chase and optimize every single moment. And that lunch break is going to be valuable time. It's a lunch break. You're not going to see many people sat down and enjoying a
a baguette with a glass of Beaujolais for sure. They're going to be grafting. They're going to be grafting in that break and in that time leading up to whatever class they're in.
Now, theoretically, the Minimax pre-final should be going off at 20 past the hour, which is 9 minutes, and they should be in the collecting area, and they're not. And I'm wondering, is the controversy within the Mini is continuing, and these Minimax grids, and the issue of Minimax grid may have been...
We've got movement in the paddock, Nick. We've got movement in the paddock towards the collecting area, so that's a good sign.
It's a good sign, but I think there may have been another slight conversation.
Now, when we get them all into the collecting area, there might be still some deliberation as to what grid slot that they go on to.
I mean, genuinely, when we were in the introduction, we were not over-egging the fact of the number of protests and stewards' decisions that were up there. It was what looked, in many ways, like a remarkably clean event. We had a little bit of bumping and boring, but nothing. There was no obvious, nasty driving at all. There were quite a few cars that failed through near, I noticed, for various minutiae issues. And there were a number of cars which, when they came off the track, failed for the drop nose.
That's to deter. It acts as a deterrent to contact driving, where the kind of thing that we see in the likes of British touring cars, which even they've gotten a handle on, and they've brought in rules and regulations to combat that. In karting, it's very easy to just nestle the front end of your kart onto the rear bumper of the kart in front of you, and maybe brake a little bit less, push him wide, give yourself an opening. That was quite sort of part of the game back in the day. However, it's certainly been modernised for a lot of years now. So if you're new to karting, you see the nose section on the karts. They are fixed on the front of the kart, and the attachment has that basically it's a release attachment that if you have a sizable contact with anything, it drops the nose, and the nose just flops down. So if you come into scrutineering and your nose is flopped down because you've hit it doesn't have to be contact driving, Nick. You can do that hitting a curb in the wrong way. You can do that inadvertently. It's happened before, and you will immediately get a 5-second penalty. And that's a deterrent that seems to be working throughout the sport, and it's non-arguable. You can't go back and deliberate it. It's a drop nose. Your nose has dropped, 5-second penalty.
So the first of the Minimax drivers are coming up, literally the first couple. So this one's definitely going to go off a couple of minutes late. So there has obviously been some late consternation at some point.
Well, Minimax 11 to 14-year-olds. These basically today we've got the Rotax engined British Open, and we've basically got the same engines on all of our classes. However, it's a 125cc water-cooled 2-stroke engine. And the only difference between the Minimax kart there you're seeing placed on the pole position, Chase Fernandez there being quite rightly the first kart to place his kart down, that is a heavily restricted engine. It's restricted to only half the amount of output brake horsepower wise, 15 brake horsepower. The senior Rotaxes, which are unrestricted, they're putting out 30 brake horsepower. Now, if you think about half the power for the Minimax class, only 2 seconds lap time difference. And that,
because they don't weigh anything.
The drivers tend to weigh a lot less. They've effectively got the same tyres. The chassis are very, very similar. They're slightly smaller. And as you move up into the senior classes, Rotax promote the fact that you can take that engine there from your Minimax and use it all the way through juniors and into seniors with very little modification needed. Speak to an engine builder, he'll tell you completely differently.
Well, of course, the challenge that all the 4 classes we're facing will be the Warden Law circuit itself. Recently, a year and a half ago, reopened for competitive kart action. It's been obviously a corporate venue for many, many years, and prior to that, of course, it was a competitive event. The second major meeting, national meeting held by the club. And it's a great circuit. What I think we should do, though, is, by the magic of video, let's have a little bit of a look around the Warden Law track. The Warden Law kart circuit, situated just south of the city of Sunderland on the northeast coast of England, presents 1,200 metres of what is a very fast and very technically challenging track. Off the main straight and into the first turn, very, very daunting here. Shall I lift or can I take it flat? That's a question that everyone's going to be asking this weekend. And then into the equally as fast turn 2 of Brian's Bend. This very quickly leads into the dogleg, a double apex right-hander, and then a very short straight into the left-hander at St John's. All important to keep that momentum up. Then into the first of the centre hairpin, it leads very quickly into the second centre hairpin, and out of that, it's towards the back chicane. It's a right, left, right chicane using all of the curb on the exit to maximise that speed down the back straight. Well, I say straight, it's not a straight at all. It's a right-hand sweep that takes you towards the Gasworks hairpin. A downhill 180-degree right-hander that then quickly leads onto the never-ending horseshoe. Then 3 apex, apex 1, apex 2, apex 3, and then onto the final turn, the paddock hairpin, the all-important, because that leads to cross the finish line. And that's a lap of Warden Law. A fantastic track here at Warden Law, which I must point out is not just north of Hull, as I said earlier. It's actually
considerably further north than north.
Slightly south of Sunderland. I was scratching around for my words. I wanted to say that near the North Sea, and for some reason, just Hull came out. I don't know. I think when it's as far. I'm from Kent. Hull's as far north as I can go without getting a nosebleed. You know that.
Humber. So you've got to get from the Humber estuary across the Tees estuary. We are just south of Sunderland.
Geographically challenged as always.
When you're from the south,
that's right.
Nothing north of Watford, and you're completely lost.
No idea.
What I was going to say, Nick, after looking at that track map, this place is renowned for the physicality. The high-speed sections really sap the energy, and you know, when you mentioned even the 177 class, those guys are fit and skinny kids, aren't they? You know, the lads, I say kids, the lads and girls who are in the 177 class. We haven't got any females in that class this weekend, but even the 177 class, you've got to be very, very fit to drive these karts. The cornering capabilities are phenomenal. It's nothing like you would experience in a car. Even if you drive at high speed in a car, you will. On these karts, going through these corners. Turn 1, for instance, Nick, it's just barely flat. It's maximum speed off the straight, and you barely slow down for the corner. So you're going through turn 1 and then Brian's Bend at turn 2. Absolutely flat chat. And the grip that these karts produce on these module tyres, phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, the pre-grid is forming. It's still... Obviously, we are running a few minutes. There obviously has been a little bit of a conversation, but whilst we just wait for them to get up and running, I think one thing we really need to do is thank the people who made it possible to be here. Obviously, the whole organising team and Matt and everyone at Warden Law, but specifically our sponsors, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. Great support for this weekend, and the support has enabled us to bring the whole event to you live on the live stream. Slater's Electricals, I'd like a big thank you to them. We've got the Northeast Business Systems to thank also. Sport 21 is a sponsor that's motorsport connected, and Sport 21 are there. They're basically a driving agency that'll smooth the pathway into getting involved in any kind of car racing, and that transition from karts to cars as these young drivers get older and maybe want to do that. Sport 21 is there for you and provide a great advisory service and more for that. The Electric Centre, big thank you to Tony Holder for getting behind us and supporting what we're doing this weekend. And of course, Karting Northeast, you know, the Matt Hunter, the Hunter family have gotten behind this venue. We didn't have any competitive karting here for a 7-year hiatus. Matt took over the ownership in 2019. He's already involved heavily at this level of karting with these two kids, Reese and Kai. And he wanted to bring this track and this facility up to national elite specification. And you know what? He's done a massive amount of work, massive amount of investment has gone into everything. We've got the grid moving off, Nick, so I think we should have a rundown.
Off we go. You've got a lap.
Chase Fernandez is on the pole position with Andrew Douglas alongside. Second row of the grid, Blake Ticehurst with Harrison Crowther. Adam Wooden and Charles Green are on row 3. Row 4 is Josh Camp and Reg Haywood. And then row 5, Leighton Cooper, Ethan Jeff Hall. Freddie Werlock and Ewan Charman are on row 6. Row 7, we see Levi Earl and Aaron Full. Then we've got Mikey Walker and Taylor Thompson on row 8. And the final row of the grid, row 9, Ellie Smith and Scott Marsh.
Well done. That was very well done. You got that one knocked through no time
Well,
at all.
thankfully, there's only 18 karts, Nick. So we got through that nicely. The warming up lap, where we see the drivers sort of weaving and flicking their karts left to right, that's to get some heat into the tyres. They need to get these slick tyres warmed up. So for the first couple of laps, they haven't got the maximum amount of grip, or the grip perhaps what the drivers need. Out of the final turn, then down towards the lights, the red lights will go out, and we are indeed racing. Fernandez leads, but through from the second row, Blake Ticehurst, I think, is latched onto the tail of Fernandez into the dogleg. Then for the first time of the day, the Minimax pre-final is well and truly underway, and very much the first place, the possession of Chase Fernandez. He had some great heats yesterday, came from the midfield and just took every opportunity that was presented to him. And here we have him starting from the pole and leading on this first lap.
Yeah, he's made a steady start as he comes sweeping now up and round and into the Gasworks hairpin. A little lunge up for second place by the 4 kart of Douglas, who dropped out from the second place. He's looking to get back into second, but hasn't made it. So he stays as they go through the horseshoe, and they go bound to complete the first lap of the Minimax pre-final. So
to complete lap 1, now these pre-finals slightly longer than the heats. We've got 12 minutes and 1 lap, and a change for third place there as Harrison Crowther just moves inside of Andrew Douglas into turn 1. That's a tricky move. It's all about momentum down that straight. That's made that stick. Just see if he has made that indeed stick. It is. Harrison Crowther now up to third. Now move for first place, Nick. Blake Ticehurst down the inside of Chase Fernandez into the first of the centre hairpins.
Harrison looking up the inside as well of Fernandez. So Fernandez he's got himself actually in a battle for the first time this weekend. The rest of the time he's been picking off the errors of others as they sweep into what, and then again, 3 karts up the inside. There's a real shuffle about going through the Gasworks hairpin as they now go through the horseshoe. We'll kind of have to wait until they ping over the start-finish line to get the idea of exactly what's going on timing-wise.
Well, Fernandez looks like he's struggling a little bit for rear-end grip there, and he certainly lost momentum coming out of the back chicane, and he lost 2 spots going into the Gasworks hairpin. Across the line, Ticehurst leads, Crowther second, Douglas is in third, Reg Haywood it was moving ahead, and Chase Fernandez down to 5th.
Yeah, Fernandez has got bullied out of this one, hasn't he? It's almost like suddenly he's in a battle, which he hasn't moved forward. Up the inside, I think there was Reg Haywood of Andrew Douglas as they were going in through St John's. I think 3rd and 4th swapped as well. We are slightly suffering from the fact that the first 4 karts appear to be exactly the same colour, or combination the same sticker effect.
Kart on the move from 10th on the grid. Ethan Jeff Hall already up to 6th place, and he looks like he's got a little bit of race pace in him. He's already moved into the top 6. We'll keep an eye on that one. That's the number 12 of Ethan Jeff Hall.
Jeff Hall, the top runner in both the heats. I think he must have had it must have been some sort of post-race issue that meant he ended up qualifying 10th. He was higher than that in both the heats. So obviously there's been, as we see, quite a lot of shuffling in the stewards' room. But leading now, Ticehurst. Harrison Crowther, of course, was the pole position man, but really had 2 difficult races. He's obviously got his head back together for the pre-final, and now really pushing is Reg Haywood in 3rd. So you see 1st, 2nd and 3rd sweeping through St John's, and the battle really is 2nd and 3rd, with Crowther trying to hold back Reg Haywood. And Haywood's got the inside there, the first center, leans it onto 3 wheels, sweeps through, and now he's got a chance to take Blake Ticehurst for the win of the pre-final, and therefore pole position in the main final.
Still plenty of time to go, though. Just under 9 minutes remaining, so we're going to see, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some place changes before that. And Ethan Jeff Hall moving into 4th spot there, into 4th spot ahead of Andrew Douglas there. And that was at the Gasworks hairpin then. That was textbook move out of the back chicane, got the momentum, and then he was able to outbrake into the hairpin. They're already with us, though, onto the start-finish straight, completing 4 laps. Blake Ticehurst leads, Haywood in 2nd, Crowther 3rd, Ethan Jeff Hall now up to 4th, and Douglas down to 5th. Chase Fernandez, our pole position kart 90, down to 6th spot already.
Blake Hall's got 8 minutes. He's got 2/3 of the race to get to make up the gap. And again, they go around with a 37. So Haywood's picked up the lead
Haywood's
there.
the lead.
He's got past Ticehurst. And Crowther has benefited from that by making it a 3-kart train, but also benefiting was the entire train behind. So Ethan Jeff Hall, who was 7/10 behind at the end of the last lap, is going to be much, much closer here. Now, we come into the Gasworks hairpin, and the thing I'm quite interested in is sometimes the lack of defence going into this corner. This time they all swept through, but you kind of think when you're in close battle, you would protect the inside a bit more.
Even though that's a hairpin, Nick, it's still a very fast entry, and you can kind of scrub off a lot of speed if you dare by just putting the kart sideways into the corner. However, that might mess with your momentum out of it. Here we go into turn 1 then for the 6th time. And it's Reg Hayward now at the lead with Blake Titus right on his bumper. Harrison Crowther down to 3rd. And the question is, can Crowther come back? Because he's got Ethan Jeff Hall that's going to be right on his bumper very soon. Ethan Jeff Hall started 10th and he's just eased his way through the field. And you've got to say, with 7 minutes remaining in this race, keep your eye on that 4th place kart because he hasn't finished progressing.
But Ethan, in many ways, has done the job he needed to do in the pre-final, hasn't he? He's made up for his poor start. He's made 6 positions up. So if he ended up starting the main final 4th, he'd feel he got a chance. I mean, I think with this amount of time, he's done so well. And a train of karts where Hayward, who beautifully illustrated the fact that it's much easier to follow into the lead. He got into the lead really quickly, and now he just can't break the train at all. I mean, I know there's some aero effect going down the straight, but that speed he showed in getting past Tyson, getting past Crowther, has not so much deserted him, but the others now, once they're able to measure themselves against him, they can all keep up.
Now then, Crowther in 3rd spot there, knows that he's got Ethan Jeff Hall right on his bumper. A little look over the shoulder there last time across the line. They are nose to tail. The lead is ahead of them. Reg Hayward, Blake Ticehurst. They've got a little bit of a breather. I say a little bit of a breather. There's about a 6-inch gap there between them into the first of the centre hairpins. Out onto the back stretch, then towards the back chicane. This is where they need to keep the momentum up. This is where the place change can take place. Blake Ticehurst, though, all over that exit curb, and that really cost him. You could see him siding it up, and he's just searching for ways of getting through that chicane quicker and getting on terms with the leader. It didn't pay off there, and it remains the same into the final turn for what will be 7 laps completed, Nick.
Yeah, Hayward a little bit more comfortable in that lap. He's managed to slightly gap Ticehurst. Ticehurst now has Harrison behind him, Ethan Jeff Hall as well. They've just relaxed for a couple of laps. What they are doing is managing to just stretch out the following chasing pack, one of which is Chase Fernandez, who's now down to 6th from pole and Douglas in 5th. So Fernandez has had a bad run. He's slowly slipping backwards, but having a good run, obviously. Ethan Jeff Hall and Reg Hayward, who've moved forward nicely. But all of these karts are still...
There's a move.
That was almost... no, I don't know what happened there, because Reg lost 2 places there. Just seemed to lose all momentum. For no discernible reason.
Well, it was Blake Ticehurst. He basically put him offline, and maybe that's a dirty out offline is where all the marbles
again here. So he comes... Well, no, didn't.
No, it was
weird.
Just textbook. But look how he's offline. He's on the marbles.
But the interesting thing was how he lost and moved it. The momentum
coming
moved out of the way out the first show. It's almost like he let him through. I mean, I'm sure he didn't. I don't think that they had the sophistication of karting to say you need to let one person through to make up for something you've done before. But Hayward now in 2nd. Jeff Hall in 3rd. Harrison Crowther had a problem there and dropped right back. So whilst we were watching the replays, Harrison Crowther had an issue and he's dropped back to 4th and gap. So Jeff Hall, the winner there, getting up to 3rd. Crowther's been fallen into the clutches of Andrew Douglas. So all change on that lap.
Maybe it was just you know what, if this was car racing, you'd see Mr. Gee. It was like a Coffin splutter, wasn't it? How he picked up out of the first of the centre hairpins. It's he's cleared that engine, though, if it was a Coffin splutter, and he's continuing in 4th. So he's gone really from the front of the field down to 4th. Look at Ethan Jeff Hall in that 3rd place kart. He's got that kart absolutely squirreling on the maximum, on the very edge of grip there on the brakes into the gasworks. Into the paddock hairpin, though, here to finish the lap at Warden Law. And it's 9 laps completed, 4 minutes remaining on the clock, so still plenty of time for things to happen here. And remember, this is just the pre-final. This is how we set the grid for the all-important final this afternoon. So there is an importance, especially for Jeff Hall. Currently, he's in a 2nd row position. He'll want to overtake at least one of the karts in front of him and put himself on the front row. However, at the moment, that looks very, very difficult.
But the thing you have to remember is any overtake has to be a clean overtake because you can't risk any back in the steward's room
or your nose dropping
for the final. So because effectively, I'm sitting. I'll be honest with you. I know these are 11 to 14-year-olds and possibly a little bit more impetuous. If I was that top 3, I'd be happy. I'd stick with that. And then decide what I'm going to do in the final because it's just the risk against reward. One place further against a potential penalty or a potential accident, which will put you at the back of the final and give you no chance of being the O-Plate champion.
Well, what was Lena Gate, Le Mans winning engineer?
Yes.
Push without risk, and I'm sure these guys will want to overtake without risk, and that's why we're seeing them just being quite happy to follow one another around. Maybe we'll start to get a little bit more intensity from them towards the final couple of laps. But yeah, maybe that lack of wanting to or being satisfied with settling, Nick, is why we're sat here in a commentary booth.
Could well be, yeah.
And not professional racing.
Well, speak for yourself. No, I've never been paid to drive. But yeah, I mean, Harrison Crowther's carried on. Unfortunately, his backward progress. He's now dropped down to 6th. Fernandez up to 4th. He's had a bit of a yo-yo effect, but obviously he won't be too chuffed. He started on pole, but he's actually missing basic pace. So I think that outside the top 3, there's going to be a bit of a staring at the cart at the end of the race because they haven't got that pace you need.
No, they haven't. They've dropped away, and I'll tell you why they've dropped away. Because the 3 karts that are in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, Ticehurst, Hayward, and Jeff Hall, they haven't started to challenge one another. Because once they start to challenge one another, they'll start to slow their pace, and that will allow Chase Fernandez, Andrew Douglas, and Harrison Crowther in that 4th, 5th, and 6th spot to bridge that gap and close that gap. At the moment, these 3 clever guys, they're 11 to 14-year-olds, yes, Nick. They may be impetuous, but they're also very clever and very experienced at this level. And they know they just have to follow one another round for at least another couple of laps before, if you're going to make a move, go for it then. Because at the moment, they're pulling away from that 4th place car. Yeah, and pulling away from the 2nd and 3rd at the moment was Blake Tyser. Blake suddenly's found a little bit of pace, because I wouldn't normally I go, oh, well, Hayward has checked up Jeff Hall, but the fact they're still maintaining the gap from Fernandez and Douglas, I mean, it makes me think that suddenly Tyser's car has come on song. The issue is, of course, he'll get the aero effect will suck him back towards them. Well, what we saw there was Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd place, just beginning to show signs of perhaps mounting a challenge on Hayward. And just by doing that, it seems to just affect lap time. Here we are, though. They're closing back up, and that what was becoming a little bit of a gap between 1st and 2nd is eked back out, and Blake Ticehurst now... Oh, and it's a move for the lead there. So Hayward just went up the inside of Ticehurst. Suddenly, after lulling old Blake into 4th and 3, Reg has gone straight through. He did. He lulled him into a sense of security, and now he's made the move. It's quite a long way back, isn't he, from there? But he's just... nudged into the inside. Actually, in fairness, Ticehurst saw him, didn't he? So Ticehurst saw, as he was about to turn, it was rear wheel to front wheel, and didn't make a fight of it. Now, that may well be different from the main final later, but he is playing the percentage games in the pre-final. He will indeed. We're getting towards that time. There's 33 seconds on the clock, which means this is the penultimate lap. They'll have one more lap to go after this one. And Reg Hayward, having settled that lead at the first of the centre hairpins, he'll be on full alert defensive-wise. And Blake Ticehurst just looking down the inside a little bit at St John's, maybe not close enough to have a challenge at the first of the hairpins. Second centre hairpin coming through now and out towards the chicane. This is where we want to close up to the leader. They're absolutely nose to tail. They've dropped Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd. They've strung out the rest of the field, actually. Yeah, they've really long gap to Fernandez, another long gap to Scott Marsh, and then a short gap to Harrison. But even so, the top 3, and Jeff Hall just made a good couple of corners and has bridged the gap again to start the last lap. But these 3, looking at the class of the field, but Jeff Hall himself is going to need to think a little bit about whether he can find some more pace up. And it may well have been that he had the car set to be fast in the first few laps to make up those positions, and he can adjust the tyre pressures to the main final to make it a bit more even-handed across the entirety of the 15 minutes, of course, which the main finals will be. But a great performance by Reg and Blake here, but they've almost done the work. Almost there into the first of the centre hairpins. They're on the final lap of this pre-final, and this finishing position will be how they will start the all-important all-plate final. Out onto the curved back straight here at Warden Law towards the Gasworks hairpin then for the final time. Reg Hayward leading. Blake Ticehurst with Ethan Jeff Hall right on his bumper through the never-ending horseshoe. It goes on and on and on, leads into the final turn. And I'm not sure anybody's going to have the momentum to make any kind of challenge across the line, as indeed Reg Hayward takes the win. Blake Ticehurst finished 2nd. Ethan Jeff Hall in 3rd. Chase Fernandez started on the pole, came through in 4th. Scott Marsh 5th. Harrison Crowther 6th. Andrew Douglas 7th. Leighton Cooper in 8th. Adam Wood in 9th. Ewan Charman 10th. 11th was Mikey Walker. Charles Green in 12th. Josh Camp 13th. 14th was Aaron Full. Freddie Werlock was in 15th. And 2 non-finishers there, Taylor Thompson and Ellie Smith. So that was another great race, a great race of both tactics and speed, wasn't it? A couple of people decided... There was a little bit of strategic thinking there, I think. Yeah, I think... And remember, let's not forget tyre life. The tyres that these drivers are using are the same tyres they started the weekend on yesterday. and we're getting towards maybe a little bit of tyre management coming, just saving your tyres a little bit for the final.
Yeah, one of the few ways in which costs are kept down with these events, obviously, is it is one set of tyres for the entire event.
Yeah, it is.
Otherwise, they would be throwing a new set on for every single heat.
I've worked in series as a mechanic where you were allowed a set of tyres every heat, and it's just the cost of goes through the roof. So, yeah, Motorsport UK do take an interest in monitoring the cost of karting, even at this level, at any level they do, and it's you have controlled tyres throughout motorsport, and it also keeps it a level playing field with no shenanigans going on with perhaps how you use the tyres or develop them for a set of tyres after one heat, just throwing them in the bin. That's not very green, is it?
No.
Greta Thunberg would be livid with us, wouldn't he? Wouldn't she?
Wouldn't he?
Wouldn't she? We're still not north of Hull.
Yes.
We are getting ready for our second pre-final. It's the Junior Rotax pre-final out next. 13 to 16-year-olds for these, and a little bit less restriction that we saw on the engines for Mini-Max. Still restricted in comparison to seniors. These engines are putting out 23 brake horsepower.
So we've got 30 for a senior, 23 for these, and 15 for us. It is equidistant, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, it's pretty much
done by a mixture of mostly by air restrictors, isn't it? By
mainly air restrictors.
Some carb changes as well, because you wouldn't want to have you need a very different carb to produce different power. But again, the speeds stay the same because whilst the power goes up, so does the weight. And so the power to weight ratio doesn't change that much.
Yes, that does help. Yeah.
But obviously, the actual VMAX is less, so that's what I think. What the idea of reducing the actual power for the younger drivers is there. I'm absolutely certain their apex speeds are exactly the same, if not quicker, with the lighter Karters. So they're probably actually experiencing even more G-force. But obviously, kids are really fit, aren't they? So
yes, yes, and we're going to see fitness come into play towards the finals, isn't it? It's a long day, isn't it? And Warden Law, we've talked about the physicality of the place. It does sap the energy, but like we say, all of our drivers take their karting very seriously and take their motorsport very seriously and train for the occasion. Well,
we had a quick chat about the karts. We can see them waiting up in the collecting area for the next pre-final, but let's see Joe actually tapping some tyres on a kart.
This is the kart of Rhys Hunter. He's one of the main favourites here this weekend to take the O plate. He's a former O plate holder, so he's all out to get the O plate this weekend at Warden Law. He's home track. Let's have a look at his kart. And all the karts are the same. This is a senior Rotax 162. And the difference between the 162 and the 177 is purely weight. That's 177 kilograms. This one will run to 162 kilograms. Let's have a look at these tyres. A little bit different to what you have on your car at home. Absolutely no tread. That little indentation there, though, tells me how much rubber's on this tyre. Now, this is the first set of tyres, and this set of tyres has got to last the whole weekend, through the heats, all the way to the final. So we talk about tyre management in Formula One. There's tyre management even at this level. It's all about driving hard, but it's all about looking after the tyres. Another feature of the Rotax Max karts, the braking system. Only one brake disc on the rear. If you look at the front axles, there is no braking whatsoever on the front of this kart. All the braking, when the driver presses the brake pedal, it locks the rear axle. And as we can see, the rear axle is completely solid. No differential. It's driving both wheels at exactly the same time. So what we'll see the drivers do is they'll use the brakes to lock up the rear axle, get the kart sliding, pointing towards the turn so that they can power straight out. And there's another reason for that as well. This being a rear axle, a solid rear axle, there's no differential. The inside wheel on a curve will go through a shorter circumference than the outside wheel. And what that means, if we had a microscope, we could look at this in a scientific way, that rear axle is twisting up. And by twisting up, it's sapping engine power. And it just takes that little bit of edge off the engine. So what you want to do is release that axle. That's why we need to point the kart into the turn, get it pointing straight, and use all of this 125cc power in that engine to fire us out of the corner. We're going to see some great action this afternoon.
Well, that worked well, didn't it? Off we go with the grid for the Junior Max.
Daniel Grinchard and Harry Linden on the front row of the grid, with second row Jez Williams and Sam Gornall. Charlie Hart and Neil Clark are on the third row. Fourth row is Jimmy Perrelli and Leon Henderson. Mikey Porter and Gabe Fairbrother are on row 5. Gustav Yuzikovs and Pearson Bullock Carter are on row 6. Row 7 see Scott Lapsley and Sophie Kinghorn. Row 8 is Daniel Armstrong and Finlay Watson. Then row 9 we've got Ryan Willis and Ted Bradbury. Jai Lawrence and Evie Poulin are on row 10. Row 11 is Declan Russell and Isaac O'Shea. Ethan Lomax and Matthew Lambert are on row 12. Row 13, Lucas Jacks and Brentley Sims. Row 14, Bella Franklin, Ollie Goodyear. Row 15, Leo De Castro and Holly Meal. And on the back of the grid, 31st place, Oliver Martinsky.
I'm going to give you a prize for that one.
We've got them nicely settled, haven't we? Lovely grid order there, all looking in the fashion and in the order that we need them to be, into perfect rows. They'll slot into those lanes and take the start as the red light goes out. And from the front row of the grid, but on the left-hand side, Harry Linden it was who slapped across and stepped in the way. I think he brought Sam Gornall with him. So I'm looking to see if that's the number 4 kart in second spot. It is indeed. So it's the outside rows of the grid, first and second row of the grid there. Harry Linden and Sam Gornall getting off and into the lead of this pre-final. Same timing though, Nick. It's 12 minutes and 1 lap.
A clean start. Interesting for how often we see that outside of the front row. The supposed second place actually be a bit quicker, but the lead's changed again, and into the lead goes Gornall.
And that was all down to Harry losing it.
It's gone to fourth. It's gone to fifth.
Yeah.
It's gone from first to fifth in one minor error.
You saw him come out the chicane and he was all over that exit curb and lost a lot of momentum. Here they come across the line to complete lap 1. Let's see what the order is as they do that. Across the line then, Sam Gornall leads. It's Neil Clark that got up in the second. Leon Henderson went through with him. Daniel Grinchard is in 4th. Harry Linden down to 5th. Gabe Fairbrother in 6th. Jez Williams 7th. 8th is Charlie Hart. Jimmy Perrelli 9th. And rounding off the top 10 is Mikey Porter.
Coming in a nice gap lead now. So suddenly Sam Gornall's got some nice clear airspace between himself and Neo Clark and Leon Henderson. A lot of shuffling out behind huge shuffling back in the positions 4, 5, 6 and 7 there. 2 cars were wide, 1 car was sharp. We'll have to wait a while to see the numbers, see what has happened in that battle between Grinchard, Linden, Fairbrother and Williams. But it's certainly be surprised that order is retains the same.
Well, the tyres aren't even up to proper temperature yet or proper pressure, so we've still got a bit of slipping and sliding around. So we'll see different levels of optimisation there, whatever the starting pressure was. So we might see Sam Gornall heading off what looks like into the distance, but stay with us because it's not over yet. We've got a lot of race left with 10 minutes, only 2 minutes of racing gone, and already we're seeing this high-speed battle of chess, as I describe it, with drivers just settling in and bringing their karts up to their optimised operating temperatures and pressures. With Gornall leading, Neil Clark has got Leon Henderson right with him. And these two in second and third, not seeming to be able to make any impression on that lead gap. And as I say that, things close right up into the Gasworks hairpin. But then again, as they accelerate out, that gap extends a little bit more. Here they come out of the final turn then. 3 laps completed. There they go across the line. Gornall leads, Clark second, Henderson third, Grinchard 4th, Linden 5th, Perrelli in 6th. Jez Williams has lost 8 spots and down to 14th. Not sure what happened to Jez Williams there, but he's dropped right down the field. That's going to put him out of contention and make it very hard for him to do anything in the final. As we're already into the back chicane for the 4th time. And Sam Gornall looks very controlled. Once he got into the lead, Nick, he's given himself a bit of a gap. Closes up into the hairpin, but purely down to braking. And it then, it goes back out. If anything, that battle for second and third looks like it could bear fruit for us.
Junior Max, of course, a few years older than Mini Max, 13 to 16. You kind of think, have they gained that little bit of extra maturity in sorting out the how to run a pre-final? They've got more experience, doing for 2 or 3 years longer than the Mini Maxes. Obviously, at some point, the red list is going to fall, isn't it?
Well, the advice and experience, they're in teams and awnings with drivers who are in seniors, and like Mini Max drivers are in awnings and sharing awnings with junior drivers. So that experience and information and advice cascades down. So you've got a very, very high level of capability and ability, and also a very high level of intellect and intelligence when it comes to racecraft. At this level of karting, you are seeing the finest karters in junior Rotax here this weekend.
Top 4 forming their own little cabal, but Harry Linden, who's obviously had issues early on, he's been dropped slightly. He's going to have to try and bridge that gap, isn't he, as soon as possible.
Yeah, Harry Linden in 5th, trying to get on terms with that 4-card battle that's developed into a line astern. They're getting very close to one another. Gornell, Clark, Henderson and Grinchard. Grinchard, remember, starting on the pole position, he'll not be happy with slotting back to 4th. That was pretty much all done and dusted at turn 1, wasn't it? It was all done and dusted. He was overtaken around that. I think that the outside line here into turn 1 at the start seems to, the cars seem to have more momentum because they're on the ID line, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you would think, therefore, that someone would have an Ayrton Senna-esque word, wouldn't you, with the Clark, and say, "Excuse me, can we have a pole position on the other side, please?"
Yeah, maybe that's a one for the future.
But certainly, yeah, I mean, it has seemed to benefit the people who are nominally in second. They've got that sweep round turn 1. No change in the position of the top 4 on that lap. And did Linden get dropped even further that time? Let me just wait for the timing there. Yeah, I think he did actually. He got a little bit further. Only a few tenths, but he's not gaining, and he's got stuck in no man's land. I mean, if you're actually... Oh, and a big error there from third-place man Leon Henderson. Took far too much curb on the inside of the dog leg. Put himself facing the entirely wrong direction. Little acknowledgement, actually, from Grinchard, because he kind of didn't then try and close Grinchard down as he made the mistake. Left enough space as he righted the car and put it straight again to enable that 3rd and 4th chain. But it's broken up that chain of 4 and made it a top 2 and then a kind of a equidistant spread all the way down to about 9th place.
We'll just keep an eye on that gap between 2nd and 3rd. Now, these 4 karts were absolutely nose to tail only moments ago, and here they are, relatively spread out. Grinchard now into 3rd on the Argenti Motorsport kart, and he will want to get his head down. He'll be thankful that Leon Henderson isn't close enough to challenge, so he can now focus on closing that gap to that 2nd place kart. It's Neo Clark that he can see ahead of him. You can see that number 81 right in his sights, and he's got his sights firmly on that. We are into the
second half of the race.
Yeah, into the final 5.5 minutes. So, it's still not over. We're still playing a bit of a discretion being the better part of valour part of the race. We're not seeing any desperate moves yet, but that's still to come, of course.
Yeah, because the Grinchard-Henderson change came because of an error by Henderson rather than an attempt to force the issue from Grinchard. So, again, they've now gone from being 4 to 2 twos, but the one person who's not getting across is Harry Linden. I mean, obviously he's 5th. I'm not trying to make out he's having a nightmare, but he's sitting there thinking, hang on a second, I'm at the pace of these guys, but I can't get back to them.
Well, as we concentrate on the leaders, Nick, the driver that has had a nightmare is Jez Williams. Jez Williams, they're dropping to 15th. He's back up to 10th. Daniel Armstrong making his way up from the middle of the grid there, started 15th, and Daniel Armstrong into the top 10. He'll want to continue that progress, probably, Daniel, local driver, and wants to do very well here this weekend. He'll want to maximise where he starts the final. But top 4 closing back up again.
Yeah, I mean, I assume this is because Sam is running to a pace. Neo's not pushing it now with 4. If Neo's going to make a move, it's not going to be 4.5 minutes to go, that's for sure. Unless he, of course, feels the pressure from behind from Grinchard and Henderson. Grinchard now right, actually, on Neo Clark's tail, as I was just talking about it. And
he's been quick all weekend, as Daniel, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's now going to ask some questions that Neo Clark might not want to answer, and that is, do I now try and push forward and get past Sam, or do I just give up 2nd and set off a 3rd? I mean, unlikely that part's going to go through his brain, but he's got an issue where he's now holding back what looks like a faster car in a situation where you don't want to have any major incident.
Well, what we're going to see is Neo Clark in his defence of that 2nd place. If he's got to defend against Grinchard, then that's going to allow Sam Gornell to extend that lead, and I think that's what we're seeing a little bit of right now. 4th place Leon Henderson coming back onto the tail of Grinchard. He lost that place last lap, and there's a dive down the inside, and it's an off there. Yeah,
that was impressively aggressive, but it's actually left the door open. Leon Henderson's going to pick up 2nd. Let's look at it now as they come out of the chicane. Suddenly Grinchard thinks they've got a chance. What happened was that Clark went defensive and he braked. He actually went straight on. He lost his steering, didn't he? Over-braked, couldn't turn anymore, opened a slight gap, and then it got sent. The reason was, because what happened there was that Clark fainted to the inside. I think when he hit the brakes, the thing went, I'm sorry, I'm just going to go one direction, that's it. locked up, and then he moved out, made a gap. Good job, I'll have a go at that one, but it was never on, and they both bumped off the side.
No, he did try to send it a little bit there, and it didn't pay off, and that settled things down a little bit at the front. Sam Gornall now led across the line by just under a second there, 8/10 to be exactly. Leon Henderson through in second. Gwynchard did come through in third, with Neil Clark dropping down to fourth. Harry Linden still fifth, Gabe Fairbrother sixth, Jamie Perrelly seventh.
Let's concentrate on that battle, which is like third and fourth rather than the first two. So we'll look at the third and fourth carts, because they're now leading a train of battlers. Look at that.
Oh,
wow.
look at
1,
that.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Straight in a line. And 3 of them are taking different aero lines as they go around turn 1.
Yeah, they know. There's a big timing board that they come underneath when they cross the line. They can see exactly how much race time is left every time they come across the line. So they'll know how close to the checkered flag they are. And what a battle that is. How many carts?
7-cart battle. Led by Gunchar, but Linden's made a place. Is he going to stick? 2 places lost, I think, there by Clark. But then there's some more bumping and boring. He's eased out. Linden's made 1 definitely up to 4th place in the lighter coloured cart, the blue and yellow.
Fairbrother was all over the curves.
He's going to lose it again now, because Linden's gone way too wide out of the chicane. He's lost 2 places, and I think we may end up with a very similar set, apart from the fact that Gunchar's now broken away in 3rd, and therefore it's now a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th battle as they go across the line with just over a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, it's getting to that point, isn't it? The intensity beginning to rise now in this. This is only the pre-final. There's not even an all plate at stake for the winner of this race. It's just the grid. We're going to form the grid from the result of this pre-final. And right now, Sam Gornall's rubbing his hands for all the action that went on behind him. Leon Henderson a lonely second, but that battle for 3rd, 7 carts involved. Gwynchard, because of the incident behind him, he's got a little bit of a breather as well. But it's Jamie Perrelly up into 4th ahead of Harry Linden. Gabe Fairbrother was all over the chicane curves.
And he's all over the back of Linden as well. Linden and Fairbrother up, try and go the over-under there, but that's never going to work going around the horseshoe. You've only got those 3, single line really, isn't it, through the horseshoe. So you have to kind of at that point just go fair enough and settle down for the next lap. But Linden in 5th and under pressure from Gabe Fairbrother. In fairness, the top 4, Gornall, Henderson, Gunchard and Perrelly, can have a bit of a relax for the last 3 laps, to be honest.
And Daniel Armstrong and Jez Williams move up again, another place, 8th into 7th and 8th for those 2 recovering drivers for this. I think, Nick, with 33 seconds on the clock, we're going to be seeing the last lap, 1 lap to go board next time by for the leaders.
I think they're going to get one more. I just think they're going to creep one more. 11:05, yeah, it's 55 seconds. They will get one more lap.
They're close enough, aren't they?
So we still have this one and
You're
one
right,
more as we watch
right.
the battle in the middle of the front middle, let's say. 4, 5, 6 through the Gasworks hairpin.
Yeah, they're coming across the line now. 7, 6, 5 seconds on the timer.
So 2 laps
as they
to go.
cross the line. So yeah, we've got 2 more racing laps, and if anything, the battle between Gornall and Henderson beginning to close up. The gap was about 4/10 of a second.
Let's
there.
move forward to the 2nd and 3rd battle, which is just going into the centre hairpin now, because that is quite close. But where's Gornall and Henderson? So 1st and 2nd. Gornall and Henderson.
First and second, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the battle for the lead.
Yeah, battle for the lead. Sorry, I've got myself slightly out of phase with my brain at that point.
Gwynchard in 3rd, a little bit of a lonely 3rd place for him. The battle for the lead, though, is very much on.
The Gasworks hairpin.
Yeah, we're at the Gasworks hairpin. And it'll be the last lap board that they'll see across the line this time.
So Gornall, who's had a really easy 12 minutes, it's the +1 lap that could be the issue for him, isn't it? As they come down the main straight now, first 2.
Yeah, again, what would you do if you were Leon Henderson? Would you settle for 2nd? You're starting on the front row, and you've got, arguably, the advantage of the outside line into turn 1
that's a really good point, actually. I mean, I think, I don't know whether there's a kudos for winning the pre-final, but certainly Henderson... I don't know. Do you think Gornall made a minor mistake, and that's why it suddenly got so close?
No, I think it's just the way he will have paced himself to the. There's no need to take it out of the tyres, so he'll have looked behind him, saw there was no one there, and he's just managing the pace on these final laps, and he's taking less life out of the tyres. He's even defending there. He's aware that he's got Henderson behind him, and he's taking a defensive line into the Gasworks. He's now into the horseshoe for the final time then. Sam Gornall leads, and Leon Henderson, he may want that pole position for the final. He's not going to get it, though, as Sam Gornall's going to get it. Sam Gornall wins the pre-final for our junior Rotax class. Leon Henderson 2nd, Daniel Gwynchard is 3rd, Jimmy Perrelly a very fine 4th, Harry Linden 5th, Gabe Fairbrother 6th, Daniel Armstrong finishes 7th. Jez Williams in 8th. 9th is Neil Clark. Scott Lapsley is 10th. 11th is Mikey Porter. Pearson Bullock Carter is 12th. Ryan Willis is 13th. We've then got Gustav Yuzikovs finishing in 14th. 15th is Charlie Hart. Ted Bradbury finished 16th. Jai Lawrence 17th. Sophie Kinghorn was 18th. 19th was Declan Russell. Finley Watson was 20th. Lucas Jex was 21st. Ollie Goodyear finishes 22nd. Bella Franklin finished 23rd. Brentley Sims was 24th. In 25th spot, Ethan Lomax. Evie Poulan was in 26th. 27th was Isaac O'Shea. Oliver Martinsky finished 28th. Leo LaCastro 29th. 30th was Matthew Lambert, and rounding off the 31 kart field, Holly Meal. So 31 started, Nick, and 31 finished.
And 31 took part in a very active race. Gornall had a very relaxing 12 minutes. It just got slightly sketchy towards the end. But I think his lead, Henderson, his lead of what, 5 seconds of the pack was very much down to everyone else shuffling about. Now, the important thing to remember is that this is the Rotax O-plate. And when you think about Rotax, well, you think about Jag Rotax. And, well, Joe had to go and talk to them yesterday.
Massive undertaking with them beating like the British O-plate here at Warden Law, and it's all down to Jag Rotax. And I've got Gary and Tina Shield from Jag Rotax who are going to explain a little bit about what it means to Jag Rotax. Gary, massive undertaking here. What does the O-plate mean to your company?
It's a big event in the UK for Jag Rotax. Yearly it gets handed to different circuits, and it's most probably one of the biggest events in the UK calendar.
I would imagine, Tina, with almost 100 entries here, the pressure of getting the logistics right. Give us a little bit of insight about just the logistics of putting this thing together.
But I mean, we have to rely on the club obviously giving us the information regarding tyre quantities and which batches they're wanting. So for us, the sooner we get the information, and we hope there are no complications getting the tyres from us to the event. Gary will tell you a little bit about how we keep the tyres and how they come up. But I mean, it hasn't been a problem. There are problems, but this one hasn't been a problem. So the tyres have arrived, they're here, and everybody seems happy. But they get 2 sets of slicks, 1 set of race tyres, which they're probably going to be using today with the wet again. Yeah.
Quite a nightmare, I would imagine.
It is a nightmare. So it's pressure. I mean, the phone rings sort of non-stop up to the week of the championship, just to make sure that the tyres are here, because things can go wrong and things do go wrong. But luckily they're here, so yeah.
Good job. Yeah. Gary, the tyres are, everybody talks about tyres. Doesn't matter whether you're in Formula One or here at the top level of British karting. Tyres are crucial, aren't they? So they're heavily regulated and heavily scrutinised. Give us a bit of background.
Yes, I mean, the storing of tyres is very important. They come in by lorry to us. They're batched with us. So with a championship, any tyres that go out to a championship, they are always taken from a single batch, never cross-batched. If we have a case where we're one tyre short from a batch, we will go to another batch. We make sure 100% that every tyre comes from the same batch.
And when you say batch, that's down to the actual compound of rubber and not wanting to mix a compound. Is that because that can be crucial, couldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously when they come into us, there's a date they come into us, there's a date they leave us. So that is a batch. When they come into us, a date is put on that batch, and that batch is kept separate from another batch. We stock rotate, so older tyres will come down, new tyres go up. And like I say, every single tyre for a championship event will 100% come out of the same batch.
Tyres are always kept in the boxes, they're never left out the boxes. We try to keep the unit as temperature controlled as we can. So yeah, we're quite careful on how we stock and rotate our tyres.
And all the prep over, you guys have done your job. When the carts go out on track, you guys can kick back, have a cup of tea and sit back and watch and enjoy, I take it.
Hopefully, yes.
Thanks for talking to us, guys. Great to meet you.
Thanks a lot.
Well, all that conversation with the Jag guys about tyres, there's been a change, isn't there? But they've done what you said they should do. They've put the senior Rotax the 177's
No,
odd.
no, that's always in the programme.
Oh, right.
Always in the programme.
It's always the programme to swap it that way. Right?
Pre-final, it switches for the finals.
Really?
Don't know why. Don't ask.
Okay, so we now. I thought that makes. Sorry, I was sitting there going, oh, they listened to Joe because Joe said that you shouldn't have the 162, which is the Premier class, as the penultimate race in the main finals, and they've swapped it with the pre-finals. Why would you do that?
I wouldn't say the Premier class.
Oh, I know why. Because originally it was a repechage, and now there isn't.
Yes.
Right.
Well, they haven't switched it. We've kept the same programme.
No, but originally, because of the repechage, which got cancelled, it was to give longer time for the repechage people to get in. Yes. But you better read the grid, 7 carts to get through.
I will. Nathan Schaefer, we've talked about the 177 class this morning, Nick, and Nathan Schaefer on the pole position. He's been the man to beat in this class. However, very close to him, Matthew Easton, Henry Ayres and Jay Taylor. Henry Ayres and Jay Taylor on the second row. Stephen Horner and Keith Mason, good mates and local drivers. They'll be happy. They're happy just to be competing. This is their first MSA event. They've come out of Independent Kart Club Racing, and here they are competing at the O-Plate here at Warden Law. Callum Porter rounds off the 7-kart field, and it may be the shortest grid, but I'm telling you now, everybody, this is where it's going to be intense, because these guys are very, very quick and a little bit of a disjointed grid there.
Jay Taylor didn't get a run that time at all.
Yeah, Jay Taylor's bogged down there. He's lost engine power. His engine's oiled up, and he'll not be happy with that. He's done a few adjustments there. We're talking about the kart in 5th spot. He'll not be happy with that. He started 4th, and he's lost that position now. But very much the lead, Nick. Nathan Schaefer off into the lead. And it's Matty Easton who's right on his bumper with Henry Ayres right behind him. These three have been the quality of this 177 field, and that continues.
Well, we've not seen Schaefer a lead from the front. It's always been Easton who's got the drop beforehand, and Schaefer's looked quicker and hunted him down. But now it's a chance for the hunter to become the hunted, and Easton can show what he's doing when he's qualifying. Also, Harry Ayres has looked really quick at times during the race, but not looked quick throughout the entire 10 minutes. Jay Taylor's managed to get through the other two drivers, Horner and Porter, after a really weird bogged-down start. And out looking for the lead immediately goes Easton. Classic bit of Warden Law Turn 1 work there.
He knows this place like the back of his hand, and hopefully his dad, Dave, who is in hospital, hopefully you'll get better, Dave, and we'll see you back at the track. Club chairman here at Warden Law Car Club, and David in hospital. There's the move, the classic move.
Is that aero or just not braking
That's
as much?
Just aero. That's just slipstream. That's nothing. You barely brake for turn 1. You maybe just cover the brake just for a bit of confidence, but that was purely momentum. Purely momentum and a bit of slipstream coming into it.
I think if I was in this race, I'd come 7th.
Yeah, I think you would. I think we both would. Matty Easton, no, he's in the lead. You mentioned Henry Ayres. He's been there or thereabouts, but there's a reason why he's carrying that number 1, and that's because he's the reigning British champion in this class, and he knows how to win these big events. So you can't discount him. Nathan Schaefer as well, another very experienced driver. He's carrying the 99, which I used to carry the 99 for no reason.
What, because you liked ice cream?
I like the 99 with a flake, yeah, probably. This race beginning to become a 4-kart battle, though. We had the leaders there just eking out the first 3, I should say. But Jay Taylor, he's cleared his engine. He definitely bogged down across the line, and that put him at some disadvantage. He's had a bit of play around with that kart, and he's in a much more comfortable driving position.
Was that the problem yesterday?
He can actually breathe.
Yes, because he had a problem yesterday where he faded horrendously.
He did, yeah.
Towards the end of the day.
And he's put it down to, they've played around with it overnight, and they've played and now he finds that seating position is much more comfortable. And just look,
breathing's important.
Very, just a little bit, isn't it? Try and hold your breath for 12 minutes and 1 lap. That's a big ask. But he's closed the gap. He's back onto the tail of Henry Ayres. And the battle for the lead, I would say at this stage, is a 4-kart battle.
Yeah, it's interesting because Easton, who was constantly under threat from Schaefer during the heats yesterday, he's quite comfortably able to keep that, 0.1 of a second gap. But the you can't dive bomb me gap, really, isn't it? That's the level it's at.
It's pre-final, Nick, isn't it? And there's definitely a little bit of tactics coming into play here. We're not going to overdrive these karts. The drivers are going to be aware of the tyres. They're going to need tyres. What we might even see in the final coming up later on is if any of our competitors, and this is across the classes, if any of our competitors have kind of overused their tyres and the tyre life begin to fade, when do you think they're going to fade? They're going to fade in the latter stages of the final. And that's a thing that's come into play so many times in karting.
Especially because we got way better weather temperature-wise than we expected, or any of the forecasts said.
Yeah.
You know, we've got sun, the track temperature going way up, and that's obviously, as you know, the hotter the track, the more the tyres wear.
And didn't you say yesterday, looking at the forecast for today, that you would have gambled and used your slicks much more viciously, let's say, relying on the fact that the weather's going to rain? Well, the forecast has pushed back, and the weather now, this morning it was going to rain at 3 o'clock. It's now going to rain at 5 o'clock. So, you know, I think we're going to have consistent track conditions. The sky is blue with a little bit of wispy clouds in the sky, and the forecast is good for consistent dry weather. Temperatures, would you believe, 20 degrees here on the northeast coast, and we look forward to having this kind of weather throughout the day. Nothing is going to be affecting the decision on what tyres to use. You haven't got a choice, Nick. You've got to start with those slick tyres, what you started the weekend on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a fine performance by Easton, who didn't show this sort of pace at all yesterday. He was constantly the guy who had qualified very well, obviously, but was caught and passed by Nathan Chafer, I think, on both heats. Henry Ayres, again, is showing that sort of national champion. The interesting thing is, of course, that the advantage of track knowledge goes away with every race. In every heat we have, the track knowledge advantage goes away because everyone else is getting knowledge of your same track, aren't they? You start with a huge advantage, and that just gets whittled away every lap everyone else does.
Honestly, these guys at this level, throughout our classes, they learn the track very, very quickly. And yes, you might have some local advantage. Matty Easton, they're leading this race. He started karting here. He started karting by coming to Karting Northeast and using the karts here, and then moved into competitive karting and, you know, through cadets and into the senior classes. Matty knows this place like the back of his hand. He knows where the advantages are. He knows what part of the curb you can put the kart on without damaging it or costing you time. It's that little bit of local knowledge that can come. However, pretty much all 7 of these drivers are
only 6 of them taking part.
Yes, I noticed that. I'm going to just see who we've lost. We've lost Keith. We lost Keith. Keith Mason didn't take the start.
So Jay Taylor, again, is doing what he did a little bit towards in the second heat, dropping off these 3, but they are very equidistant. It's almost like they've decided this is going to be a Sunday morning drive before a Sunday afternoon race.
I think it's tactical. I think this is all about just not overdoing the tyres. And Nathan Chafer
makes a mistake there.
Yeah, just sliding a little bit wide, coming out of the dog leg and using all of that exit curb. And you saw it,
wasn't it?
Yeah, he rattled the car, didn't he? And that's not what you want to do every lap. You're gonna start risking a bit of time. It kind of lost him a little bit of momentum there, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, when you go off the track and then land, you are sitting, of course, in an unsuspended, no suspension on a kart. You've got a little bit of sideboard deflection, that's all. Then you're on the floor, so it's quite easy to actually hurt yourself quite badly by going off the track. You get jarred back, whatever it may be.
Certainly do. Most of these drivers wearing rib protectors as well because of the
I should have done that. I broke a rib doing my ARDS test, whatever it did, or the kart, because ARCS test. Yeah, did my ARCS.
Did you really?
Yeah.
What, you started karting, you did your ARCS test?
No, the second time. When I was karting originally, I had a pseudo comeback in like 1999 or 2000, like that. Bought all the kit, Rotax and everything else. Did some testing at Wilton Mill. Passed my thing, broke my rib, and that was it. Never actually raced the thing.
Story of your life.
Never actually raced the thing.
Story of your life. That is funny. Oh, and Nathan Chafer sliding very wide out of the second centre. That cost him time. You know what? Have we got Nathan Chafer's tyres? He slid wide coming out the dogleg. He slid wide coming out the second centre hairpin. That's allowed Henry Ayres through into second place. He just completely lost momentum towards the chicane, and Henry Ayres has gone by. Now we'll see what's coming into play. We've still got lots of time. 4 minutes.
Could this be option A? Tyres tired. Difficult to comment, but could it just be he's got the wrong pressures?
It could be. Yeah, it could be. Could be he's trying something. You know what? I think it's a little bit hotter than it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We had a high of 18 degrees.
We've actually got sun, and the point about it is if the ambient is 18 degrees and it's cloudy, your track temperature is 22. If the ambient is 18 and it's sunny, your track temperature can be 30, 35.
Yeah, exactly.
Even up here.
Yeah, yeah. If it's 20, and I think we've got an ambient of 19, 20 degrees, so that means we're going to have a track temperature of 30, 32, by my estimation. No change.
That's going to be 15 degrees more than yesterday.
Yeah, no change at the front, though, with Matty Easton looking very, very controlled at the front of this field. Now Henry Ayres has joined him at the front. Nathan Chafer struggling a little bit for grip, it seems. Jay Taylor continuing in fourth. Stephen Horner through very soon in 5th. And then Callum Porter bringing up the 6-kart field for the 177s. Now then, the question is, Nick, is Henry Ayres, is he going to settle for that 2nd place on the grid for the final?
Champion, you know. This is pride now, isn't it? He's
Well, is
champion,
it, or is he going to be clever?
I'll give you a question. Okay, so he's national champion and he gets the O plate. Does he run with number 1 or 0?
Oh, good question. That
You've got a choice. Well, if he wins, you can ask him that.
I will.
You know, you've got the set.
Yeah, that's a good question. That.
What is more prestigious, or do you just come number 10?
Well, it's a.
He's definitely looking. He's definitely looking much racier now with 2.5 minutes to go. Easton, I wouldn't say he's been dropped off, but seems a little bit off the pace, and certainly but Chaffey's off the pace. So Easton and the Ayres are looking to be going for it. I'm pretty sure that Easton would rather this didn't happen.
Well, his lap time there last time through, they're in the 50s, 50.858. His best time was at 50.800. So Matty there, not quite on the slowing down kind of pace. He's still on it. But the fastest driver on the track at the moment is that 2nd place, number 1 of Henry Ayres. He's got the fastest lap of the race with a 50.668. Last time by was a 50.7. There's no doubt about it that Ayres is wanting that lead of the pre-final. He wants pole position for the final. He wants the full set, doesn't he? He's looking very racy indeed. And because these two are now coming together, that's allowing Nathan Chaffey. We see this all the time. We're seeing this all the time. What tends to happen is Matty Easton in the lead, Henry Ayres 2nd. They're aware of each other. And Matty Easton now having to be aware of where he places the kart.
And Chaffey right on the tail. He was 0.2 fast with his fastest lap of the race just then. So our concept about massive tyre issues
he's gone for it.
Wrong. Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, he's gone for it. Henry Ayres there through at the first percent as he slides wide. That's allowed Easton through at the chicane. That's a very that's a very common thing. Out of the 2nd of the centre hairpins, you lose momentum by sliding wide. And there he goes down the inside there, getting a replay now of that move for the lead. And this is where it all went back to Matty Easton there as he hit the curb on the inside, didn't he? Yep. That lost him the momentum. That allowed Easton through on the ideal line. And it's still, the lap chart's going to show no change for position.
Nothing happened in that race at all.
Nothing happened.
That lap was pointless, yeah.
Go back to your lives.
But interesting, at the end of all that, Chaffey didn't get any closer. I thought he had made a massive gain, but I think he ended up with a watching brief because there was a chance as they went into the chicane of contact. And I think at that point, Chaffey went, hang on, no, wait a second, I'll just watch this one. But they managed to avoid each other. They went in side by side, but out popped Easton in the lead. And up again goes Ayres. This time, can he make it stick? Can he get across? Can he break enough? Can he not go wide? Yes, he can. And he makes it stick this time. So
He didn't at the inside curb that time, Nick. And it was that inside curb that cost him that momentum and allowed Matty Easton through. I'm surprised Matty was caught out by that. Again, is this a little bit of tactics coming into play? Because now Ayres and Easton have pulled away from Nathan Chaffey in 3rd. And it'll be not. That's an off.
Yes, our last two drivers hit each other. The 5th and 6th have hit each other at the Gasworks hairpin.
5 seconds on the clock as they cross the line, so there'll be 2 more laps of racing. And we've had a coming together of Stephen Horner and Callum Porter.
They're both rolling again.
The back of the field.
Both rolling. That's the advantage of the clutch on the Rotax.
It is indeed. They had coming together. They're both going off.
There's a drop nose for the leader of those two, so Horner will have a 5-second penalty.
That is a bit of a shame for Stephen. Back to the front of the field though, and we've got a bit of an equidistant gaps between 1st and 2nd and 3rd. Jay Taylor still hanging on in 4th place, and a personal best lap time last time by for Jay Taylor, and he'd be happy with that right at the end of the race. He's gone fastest lap of this session. Last lap board then for Henry Ayres. Matty Easton 2nd, Nathan Chaffey 3rd, Jay Taylor 4th.
Now, this last few laps is going to be of a worry to both Matthew Easton and Nathan Chaffey because we've got 3 minutes longer in the final.
Yes, we have.
The last lap, with 3 minutes longer, if you've suddenly got pace at the end, Ayres now has moved himself from being, the British champion, but now to the firm favourite for this fun. Not just because he's slightly on pole, but just from the way this car is performing towards the back end of this longer pre-final that was the heats.
Yeah, that's a good point. The finals are longer. The pre-finals, 12 minutes and 1 lap. The finals, 15 minutes and 1 lap. And we're getting towards the checkered flag for this, the pre-final for the Senior Rotax 177 class. And it's Henry Ayres, current British champion. He's carrying the number 1 for a reason. and that's because he was the national champion in 2020. Well, he's going to start the final for the British Open for 2021 on the pole position. Matty Easton will start alongside, and the second row will be Nathan Chafer and Jay Taylor, and then Stephen Horner and Callum Porter finish their race as well.
Oh, they decided to lap the extra lap.
They did what they're supposed to do.
They were pulled off and they did the extra lap.
Yeah, Clark the course said do an extra lap.
So that is the third of our 4 pre-finals. The final pre-final for the 162 Rotax will be coming up next, and after that there is a short lunch break, and then we start the 4 finals, which go Mini Max, Junior Max, Senior Rotax.
What's the timings on that, Nick? When are we coming back?
We're 10 past 1 if it stays where it is.
Right, 10 past 1 we're back.
We haven't gone yet though.
No, we haven't gone yet. Don't go away, don't go anywhere. We've got the Senior Rotax 162s. It's the pre-final for these runners, and this is one of the largest grids we have here this weekend. Let's have a meander down the grid, shall we?
Before you do that,
Okay.
I think we had a bit of a comment here from one of our viewers, Miss Motor Racing UK, who said, "Morning all, my wife as usual weather forecast is a base for hanging the washing out. Your meteorological expertise is what the ease of my day depends on." Yeah. The thing to remember is that we've been forecasting rain the whole time. There's still an outside chance we might get them before the end of the day.
I'd say get that washing out.
Well, I think so. But we've been forecasting rain, and so much so that we asked you to have a look at the most important thing of any motor racing vehicle, and the tyres.
Weather plays a huge part, no matter what form of motorsport you might be driving in, and equally so in karting. At the moment, we've got changeable track conditions. There's nothing worse than wet, dry, wet, dry. Why? Because we have to change tyres. At the moment, this kart is running the slick tyres. This kart just coming off the track. You see how the slick tyre, the rubber virtually melts. It's so sticky. That's why this track is so physical. This is such sticky rubber. You feel like your neck's coming off. These are going to give you maximum grip because you've got the maximum amount of rubber on the track giving you that grip. Now then, what do we do when it rains? I'll tell you what we do. We put on our treaded rain tyres. Completely different, as you can see. Now these tyres are made with a tread pattern, just like your road car. And as they wear down, they disappear. That's when you have to change to a new set of wets. The problem is, of course, if it's wet when you start, these are great. But if it then dries, this compound of rubber is so soft, it just burns off, and eventually you've got absolutely no grip. If it stays wet, these are the tyres to have.
So there we are, all about the wet tyres. Apparently, it looks like we're not actually going to use.
We're not going to use them. Yeah.
So now on to, is it fair to say this is the premier event? It is the premier event, isn't it? The Senior Rotax 162.
No, I think everyone's equal in this event. All the classes, the juniors, the Mini Max juniors, the 177s. They're just a bit taller.
That's mine.
Hence heavier. Yeah. Well, not even that, Nick.
They're 3 stone. I need a Rotax 205 or something.
It's certainly one of the largest grids. Got 34 karts to get through. So let's get and have a look down the grid. Lewis Gilbert will start on pole position with alongside George Holbrook. Pick a winner from these two at the front. I haven't even gotten down the grid yet. Pick a winner from these two. Yeah, if you were a betting man, you wouldn't go anywhere near this for a bet. James Lowther and Lewis Harvey are on row 2. Teddy Clinton and Sean Butcher are on row 3. Row 4 is Rhys Hurd and Tristan Rennie. Then on row 5, you've got Ben Casely and Matthew Higgins. Row 6 is Magic Hamera and James Johnson. Kieran Kay and Tom Adams are on row 7. Row 8 is Archie Brown and Kern Sang. Row 9 sees current O-Plate, 2020 O-Plate winner, Kai Hunter. He starts 17th after a troubled heats for him. Harry Holland starts alongside in 18th. Row 10 is Matty Hingley and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort. Row 11, Jack Steadman and Samuel Hawthorne. Chris Simpson and Spencer Shinner are on row 12. Row 13 are Edward Matthews and Tom Shipman. Oliver Meadows and Harry Gibson are on row 14. Row 15, Oscar Hull, Andrew Trevor. Andy Powell and Nicole Sutherland start on row 16, and rounding off the 34-car field, Tyler Jex and car number 2, Reese Hunter. Now, Reese came into this event as one of the favourites to take the
dead last because of infringement.
Second in the British Championships last year, and he had a technical infringement that cost him a disqual where you get 0 points, unfortunately. So that he only had one heat to carry the points for.
Even the last person gets like 25
That's
points.
right, 30 points for last place. But
so they got nothing. Do you know what it was about? What the problem was?
I'm not sure. No, I'm not sure. It came through on the. It was a technical infringement of some sort, which can be a myriad of things.
Yes. So and of course our current O plate. Where did Kai end up? Our current O plate.
17th, Kai started.
And of course he had a unfortunate in his first heat. He got a bumper dislodged by someone else.
Rear bumper.
Came last.
Rear bumper.
And then had a kind of a difficult second heat where he got kind of. I think he almost kind of like had a motivation issue. Just seemed to drop back. But now, starting from last, or starting from 16th, or starting from first, you now need to set your position for the main final. And this is what it's about. The guys who've had bad heats can get several places up and possibly give them the chance for at least a podium in the main race in a couple of hours' time.
This is what it's all about. And you know what? It's kind of, I'd be telling my driver, remember, this is a pre-final. It's all about getting that position on the grid for the final. And our pole position man, Lewis Gilbert, who controls the pace on this warming up lap. Still a bit of tyre warming going on down the field. They're allowed to weave in their lane, but not across into the other lane, and they'll be doing that to get heat and pressures optimised. There'll be a couple of lap and a half to 2 laps off the optimised pressure once they start racing, so a bit of slipping and sliding, but a well-formed grid comes on to the start-finish straight. The lights go out and we are racing, and once again we see the outside line not quite paying off this time for George Holbrook. And it's Lewis Gilbert who will lead through Brian's Bend.
Holbrook's got pushed back to 4th.
Has he really?
Fifth.
From that inside?
5th, yeah. I think it's 6th, and now he's off the track, so he's gone to 6th. Yeah, the 60 car of Holbrook has just not bit the momentum. He had to back out to let Gilbert through. But Gilbert's lost the lead himself, and that's Harvey has gone through. And now Gilbert's going back again. Is that classic over-under through the centres? But now, leaping out, was that the 57 car of Sean Butcher, I think, has taken the lead from
Sean
nowhere.
Butcher. Yeah, Sean Butcher.
Butcher has scored 5th over the line. He's now in the lead.
Sean Butcher came from absolutely nowhere. Remember, the tyres aren't gripping like they would want to, so there's still a bit of slipping and sliding going on, and that's what we're seeing here. As the lead is already with us then to complete one lap of Warden Law. Who's it going to be? Let's have a rundown as they cross the line for the first time. Sean Butcher leads, Lewis Gilbert second, James Lowther in third, Lewis Harvey fourth, Tristan Rennie fifth, Teddy Clinton sixth, James Johnson in seventh, George Holbrook eighth, ninth is Matthew Higgins, and rounding off the top 10, Ben Casely. George Holbrook down to eighth. He will not be a happy boy.
And that was just basically one of the real problems. If you make an error in the first lap, you can get, because everyone's so close behind you, by the time you've got your momentum back together, you're so many places. Even though it may only be a couple of seconds of an error. They sweep through for the second time through the chicane in this particular pre-final. Now, looking like second and third might be contested. No, very defensive driving there by Lewis Gilbert, which is great news for Sean Butcher. If the man behind you goes defensive, you're going to gain some space and get some gap. 4 places made up by Kai Hunter in that first, our current O-Plate champion, up to 13th from 17th after lap 1. It gets a lot harder to make places from this point, though.
Yeah, let's see how... And 27th spot for Reese Hunter, his brother, coming off the back there. These two coming into this event very much in contention. However, nightmare heats for those boys have put them out.
Two retirements. Or mechanicals. The 50 was one of them.
And number 80.
The other one. 80 and 50. They've both pulled in.
Oliver Meadows and number 50 was James Johnson there, in for problems there after 2 laps of this pre-final.
There was a lot of action all through the field. We saw plenty of it at the top 5, so you imagine what was going on in the other 27 positions.
There was. I didn't dare take my eyes off the screen, though, to check it out, because things were happening very, very quickly, as we would expect, and they still are down the field. Here are the leaders, though. 3 laps completed. Sean Butcher looking relatively comfortable at this stage, with Lewis Gilbert just taking a watching brief behind him there. Behind him, though, there's a 4-car battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and that's James Lowther, Lewis Harvey, Teddy Clinton and Tristan Rennie. Those 4 karts have got a bit of
been an accident at the back there between complete momentum lost by one of the other karts there as they came through St John's. They came together. I think it was most Lowther and Harvey were involved in it. I'm not sure who was actually the one who lost out of it. It may have even been Clinton, but someone's dropped back several positions after tripping over and jumping over a car, which is really hard to do with the side pods.
It was one of the Dan Holland karts, I can tell you that, so it may have been Teddy Clinton. We'll check that next time by. And we're not far away from next time by here. They come to complete 4 laps. And it's quite calm at the front, isn't it, Nick? It's Sean Butcher and Lewis Gilbert who were just quite content in circulating there.
Clinton, he's dropping. So it was Clinton who had that issue, and he's dropping down to 9th place. So he lost about 6. Again, it's just a lack of momentum. If you're a Hunter fan, they are currently 12th and 23rd, so their progress has been as unsurprisingly stopped by the fact the karts are being more spread out. But what's happened now is you've got, if you drop down to 4th place, you go 1, 2, and then to 4th place, which is a bright orange kart, there are a train of, I'd say, 14 karts nose to tail going through there after those top few positions. And don't forget, this is the pre-final, so making up the places in this pack is really, really valuable. Up the inside, I think that was the 6th place man, maybe in James Johnson, anything close to order. Someone gets a massive bang up the back, and that's going to be bad news to the person who hit him, because I'm betting he'll have dropped his nose with that sort of impact.
That was a big hit, wasn't it? We're going
whiplash levels, that was.
We're coming out of the horseshoe 3 wide into the final turn. We're coming down the straight, absolutely 3 wide, and a kart going slowly there. That's not quite sure who that was.
1 and 2 still close, then 3, and then we've got this battle here now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. That's how they're going. That's how close they were together.
Yeah. And with 7 minutes remaining.
This was like a warm-up, not middle of the race.
Yeah, we're not even at half distance, Nick. And we knew it was going to be intense. We knew it was going to start getting really serious. And the serious stuff is what today is all about. The pre-final to sort the grid for the final.
But Lewis Harvey has no idea what this is all about. He's a second and a half off second and a second and a half off fourth. But if you look behind, that's the car at the front of the frame there. That is Lewis Harvey. And he dropped back to the battle of 4th and 5th, who've just gapped what can only be described as a swarm of angry wasps coming to get them.
It is. We've got a few retirements.
Force has retired.
Yeah, Andy Powell came in Karting.
James Lowther as well. We've lost as well.
James Lowther.
Now, my guess is he's maybe getting mechanical.
He started on the 2nd row.
They'll be getting mechanicals because of the coming together and bumps. So yeah, if you do have a detached, you have a bit of an accident, something detaches. A lap later, the clerk will call you in because they don't want a kart with the danger of dropping something being taken off the track. So we come down again, and it's the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. You can see. Well, now 6th, 7th and 8th you can see in camera as they come back up to start the lap. The bright red machine, number 74, goes underneath us. Sorry, number 47, sorry, the 4th car, Tristan Rennie. It's a 4th kart, sorry, for Tristan Rennie. And then 5 and 6, Kai Hunter now in 9th, Reese Hunter in 19th. It's just
Kai Hunter's making good progress. He's inside the top 10. That's what he'll want to do. However, as he gets further up the field, Nick, the karts at the front of the field are faster. It's hard to pick just how fast they are.
There's a little battle going on, and off camera I can actually see from my advantage he's just made another position, but only because George Holbrook and Magic Himera were fighting in front of him.
Well, he's the fastest kart on the track at the moment there, fastest lap of the race so far from Kai Hunter there. So on lap 7, 50.084.
Let's see if we can find that 0 kart. He's running in the middle of the next batch of karts. So drop back 1 batch to the next 3, Harry, and you'll find that Kai is the middle kart, the 0 kart.
He's in 8th.
He's in 8th. There he goes. You've got behind him, he's got one of his teammates in George Holbrook, and ahead of him he's got Magic Himera, the Polish driver.
Well, George Holbrook will be wondering how on earth he's managed to be behind Kai Hunter. George Holbrook started on the front row of this grid. There's the 2 Dan Holland karts behind Magic Himera, and Himera's no slouch as well. So we'll see if Kai Hunter and George Holbrook can follow Kai through out onto the back curving straight towards the Gasworks hairpin and sweeping down. It's very downhill there, Nick. It's about a 2 metre drop there.
And that adds to the excitement of the corner, which is, you're braking, turning, and dropping at the same time. So those three things, elevation, braking and turning. Now, Hunter needs, if he's going to actually get himself much further forward, because after his next target, which is Magic Chimera, there is a big gap to the Higgins, Johnson and Rennie group. So, yeah, he might come out of this and think, fantastic, I've ended myself in 7th. That's a lot of work to the final, but he has got 4 minutes. And the reason obviously we're looking at this guy is not because he's a local, it's because he's the reigning O-Plate champion. He's done this before. He's won this event last year at Mansell Raceway. But now, having to do it the hard way after being called in at the end of halfway through the first heat with a dislodged rear bumper, which is very annoying because it was dislodged by somebody else, not by him. Now he has to fight back. But there's battles going on now. The good news for him is the three ahead of him, the Rennie, Johnson, Higgins is battling. That's drawing them towards Magic Chimera. Still, just remind you, it's still Butcher from Gilbert from Harvey. They got a lovely time on their own, and they will almost certainly, I think, finish in that order. But this is the battle for every other position.
And Kai and Magic Chimera beginning to work together there to close the gap to Tristan Rennie ahead of them. And they've now closed onto the back of that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th. So that 3-car battle's very quickly developing into a 6-car battle for 4th down to 9th, 10th spot.
Still 3 minutes and 8 seconds to go. So there's at least 4, almost certainly 5 laps to go.
Yeah, and we're just monitoring the progress of the current whole plate winner, Tristan Rennie, dropping down 2 spots from 4th to 6th. And that's why we've had Magic Chimera.
It's a 5-cart train, isn't it?
That's why Magic Chimera and Kai Hunter was able to close that gap because of that situation of overtaking there. Here they come across the line and then to complete 11 laps. Johnson, Higgins, Rennie, Chimera, Hunter, Holbrook, Clinton, Claysley, Brown, Adams, as quickly as I can see it, they're crossing the line. That's how close they are. Into and out of the dogleg, down towards St John's. That sweeping left-handed. It's a little bit off camber on the exit. Just using all of the track and more there into the first of the centre hairpins.
There's a lot of maturity now being decided when we make a move. When do I actually, do I throw one up, or is the risk of the reward wrong? Now there's 4 carts here who all think they should be ahead of James Johnson. And there's several overtaking points, but at the moment they just follow the leader through the Gasworks hairpin.
They can see how much time's left. They cross underneath the starting gantry, and there's a clock there that they can clearly see. It's a digital clock. It's hard to miss. And there it is, just on the left of driver's left there, showing 1 minute and 50 seconds of this race remaining.
A static couple of laps, so they've all settled down into this train. Dropped off the back has been George Holbrook, who's had an absolute nightmare of a race as far as where he started to where he's finished in his pre-final, and he's going to give himself a huge amount of work to actually get anywhere in the final. Butcher from Gilbert from Harvey up front, and this is battle we have now between Johnson, Higgins, Rennie, Chimera and Hunter. Obviously, if you're at the back of that, you have the most to gain, but Hunter has been unable to really get past Magic Chimera, and good driving by Magic.
We've got, you know, you've got a train of carts there that are absolutely on the limit, but still a little bit of pace management coming into it. They're waiting for opportunities to arise, maybe a mistake from the driver in front of you where you'll need to, you know, optimise your chances and move on that mistake. Nothing happening though, Nick. Nobody making a mistake, making life very hard for anybody wanting to move up the order, and we've got no place changes all the way down through the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, at this point now, there's some thinking going on. Now, I would think, and Kai Hunter, no, he's made a move. He's got the inside. I don't think it's going to stick. No. The over-under isn't going to work unless he can get a bit of drive out and get the other side of Magic into this chicane. Magic, I think very much, yeah, off you go, because I know I can get you back on the second centre, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to have an accident with you. It's put Holbrook now right on the tail of Kai Hunter as well as they chip each other up. Butcher now leading by 0.8 of a second from Harvey, who has a lead of something like almost 3 seconds. Sorry, 2.5 seconds. So Butcher, Gilbert, then Harvey, 2.5 seconds back in third. Then this battle a further 3 seconds back. Johnson, Higgins, Rennie, Chimera, Hunter, Holbrook, Clinton and Casey now form a snail of 162 Rotax carts, all thinking about what do we do? There's a main final coming up. What's our risk against reward?
Sean Butcher may be leading. He's certainly not easing off. 2 laps ago, he put in the fastest lap of the race, 49.7. So the pace is upping, and lap time's beginning to come down. Sean Butcher continues to lead. They're on the penultimate lap, but this is where, if anything, Nick, this is where we're going to see a place change. And already defensive driving coming into play there, into the Gasworks hairpin, and driving down the inside into a right-hand hairpin to avoid anybody coming down the inside and trying to outbreak you. Across the line then this pack goes. It's Johnson, Higgins, Rennie, Hemera, Hunter, Holbrook.
That was great news for Johnson because he actually managed to get gap because of the fact that Higgins went defensive. Surprising lack of movement in this group, and we are now down onto the last lap. So not sure where our leader is at the moment. He's just coming out the centre hairpin.
Just coming out the second centre hairpin. Then Sean Butcher is the leader, and he'll be heading through the chicane
into the Gasworks hairpin now. So let's see, is he going to come through? They're all moving down, so going through the horseshoe for the final time as he sweeps round. There he is, the 57, and it all happened for Sean as he crosses the line now. It all happened on lap 1 when he made the most of the chaos from everyone else, jumped from 5th to 1st place in a pretty impressive performance indeed. And he's got off again, which he's not supposed to do.
Yeah, but it's all about Sean Butcher at the moment.
Because on the last lap, Hunter has managed to get past Magic. So Hunter passed Magic on the last lap, and probably in the last confusion there. So it's Butcher from Gilbert, from Hyde, from Johnson. But the key thing is that Kai Hunter's gone from 17th to 7th. His brother's gone from dead last to 19th. Can Hunter hunt them down from 7th? He's got a better chance. But Sean Butcher really looked good. Because once he got into the lead by opportunism, but then the speed was there.
Yeah, definitely. And he proved that right there on lap 12 of 16, where he put in the fastest lap of the race. So he's got to be the man to beat going in. He's going to start from pole position. Lewis Gilbert will start alongside. Lewis Harvey, James Johnson will be 3rd and 4th. Matthew Higgins, Tristan Rennie 5th and 6th. Kai Hunter and Magic Hemera 7th and 8th. George Holbrook and Teddy Clinton 9th and 10th. Ben Casely will be 11th and 12th. Archie Brown and Tom Adams 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th, Reese Hunter and Kern Sang. Brandon Klein-Nagelvoort will be 17th. Jack Stedman 18th. Kieran Kay was 19th. 20th was Harry Holland. Oscar Hoole was 21st. Spencer Shinner was 22nd. Edward Matthews 23rd. Chris Simpson 24th. Harry Gibson was 25th. Andrew Trevor 26th. Tom Shipman 27th. And Tyler Jex, the last of the finishers, in 28th spot.
And that very, very interesting race. I did find that really fascinating, that race. Ends our pre-final coverage for today. The good news is that we have more coming your way at 1:10 UK time when we start the finals, when it all counts and all bets will be off and no one's going to be holding anything back. As we'll see, we can get our next 4 O-plate holders in the Rotax Championship here, the MSUK Rotax here at Warden Law. Thank you to Sport 21. Thank you to the Electric Centre. Thank you to Slaters. Thank you to North East Business Systems. We couldn't do it without you. And, of course, Karting North East and Matty Hunter. So we will leave you with a lovely shot of the fabulous Warden Law circuit until 1:10 when you can listen to Joe and I get massively overexcited on the 4 finals. Thanks a lot. Well, welcome back. Well, hello and welcome back to Warden Law for the Rotax O-Plate Championship 2021. My name is Nick Damon. To my left is Joe Bradley.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back.
What a lovely lunch that was. I had a muffin and a cup of coffee.
I hope that's not a euphemism.
No, it was what actually happened. I had a muffin and a cup of coffee. Right. So we have a couple of hours of top-tastic action for you. 4 15-minute plus 1 lap finals, starting with the Mini Max, then the Junior Max, and the Senior Max 162, and then the big boys, literally the 177 Maxes. And as I expect the action to be a notch up on this morning's already very excellent action, I'm massively looking forward to it, Joe.
Well, Nick, this is because, some of these teams have been here from Tuesday and Wednesday setting up, and it's come down to this next 15 minutes and 1 lap, because after the next 15 minutes and 1 lap, we will be crowning our first 2021 O-Plate champion, and it will be from the Minimax class. And of course, we've talked about this all weekend. What does the O-Plate mean? Well, it's a one-off event that is coming down to the finals right now. All that has gone before is just pure and utter preparation for this, the final of the Minimax O-Plate, and of course all of our classes. The O-Plate is quite a prestigious thing. It's quite an honour to be carrying that 0 number plate for the rest of your season. And it will be, if we think we've had some intense and pretty gritty racing in the heats and the pre-finals, well, wait back, step back. In fact, mothers and children, please step away from the barriers, because this is when it starts getting very, very intense. And the serious stuff, because it's come down to this next 15 minutes. Reg Haywood will start the Minimax final from the pole position with Blake Ticehurst alongside. Reg in the number 37, Blake Ticehurst in the number 36. Chase Fernandez, he had a bit of a fraught pre-final. He will start third with Scott Marsh alongside. Great recovery drive from Scott off the back of the pre-final to get him onto the second row of the grid. Look out for him for overall honours. Harrison Crowther starts fifth with alongside Andrew Douglas, with Ethan Jeff Hall in the number 12 alongside Adam Wooden in 8th place. Row 5, 9th place Ewan Charman, Mikey Walker will start 10th, and then row 6, Charles Green in 11th, Josh Camp in 12th. 13th is Leighton Cooper with alongside Aaron Full in 14th. Freddie Werlock is in 15th with Taylor Thompson in 16th, and row 9, the final row of the grid, will consist of Ellie Smith and Levi Earl, 17th and 18th. 18 cart failed for the Minimax final, and this is the one that caused a lot of consternation out of the heats last night, Nick. And there was
I love your ability to understatement there. How many hours of consternation did it cause?
Well, they kept the stewards busy last night, and it still wasn't sorted until this morning, in fact, when we formed the grid for the pre-final, and that was not for the serious stuff this afternoon. Some beautiful trophies at hand, and also some really fine prizes.
Yeah, I mean, what is a fine prize is the weather. I know. Obviously, this is the British broadcast, so we're going to talk about the weather as much as possible. We all, as the teams have, been watching the weather forecast for this weekend, which has been universally pretty ropey. It was going to be that worst thing possible for a racing kart meeting: wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry, damp. All through Saturday and Sunday, and slowly the rain has eased away. It was supposed to be Saturday afternoon, then it was Sunday morning, then it was Sunday afternoon. Now it's not even Sunday evening. It might not even rain until the game starts. It doesn't matter then, because we're indoors watching it coming home, hopefully. But the sun is shining. But that, of course, has given a completely new challenge, because no one expects to come to the northeast to see the sun shining.
Well, you didn't.
And that always means higher track temperatures and another setup option, not only just with your tyres, but also about getting the engines jetted correctly. Yes, it's another challenge. But I am so looking forward to these 4 races. The pre-finals, where I step up on the heats, which were entertaining enough to begin with. And with the finals, where it is absolutely yes or bust, should be fantastic.
We've got some prizes as well. Jag Rotax has put in a lot of effort and investment into the prizes. The first place for Minimax will be a brand new short engine.
What's the short engine?
Basic. The short engine's without all the accoutrements. Yeah, the clutch, the ignition.
Basically, as I would call it, in Radio Le Mans terms, it's the uppy downy bits, isn't it?
It's the uppy-downy bits, yes, indeed. Second place, £300 voucher to spend at Jag Rotax.
So how much is the short engine then?
Oh, I don't really. It's a few grand, mate.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's well worth winning. And you know what? It pales into insignificance. The significance about this afternoon is all about that coveted door plate. The added prize of a new engine is just icing on an already very rich cake for the person who's going to sit in that first place box when they come into Parc Fermé. Third place, £150 voucher. So all to play for as we've got the first of our grids out on the track on their warm-up lap for the first of the finals, Nick.
Hello to Darren Wood, team member of the Mofo iRacing League. How are you, Darren? We're all doing summer things. I'm looking forward to doing more endurance racing with you when the weather goes off. But now it's all about kart racing. Hello to Ian Wrigglesworth, who says, go cheesy Charlie Green. Hello to Gary Dodds. Thank you very much for doing the flyover video of the track, which I'm sure we'll get a chance to show at some point this afternoon when Joe's finished talking to all the winners and we're filling desperately. But as it comes now, just give us the top 10 as they come up for the junior Minimax final.
Yeah, it's Minimax final out. 11 to 14 years of age, these drivers, and 15 brake horsepower. Same engines that you'll see in the senior class, however, heavily restricted to reduce power. 15 brake horsepower for these youngsters. And it's Reg Hayward and Blake Ticehurst on the front row of the grid. Reg Hayward controlling the pace as they come down to start this race. The red lights will go out, and it's Reg Hayward on the inside, Blake Ticehurst on the outside. And Hayward slots in there, and along with him goes Chase Fernandez. Another opportunist move for Chase Fernandez.
Well, Fernandez there has finally lived up to his amazing reputation of yesterday, where he just kept coming through without having to do anything. This time he made it move, made it happen. A poor pre-final for Fernandez, saw him drop from first to fifth, but he's made up for it already with two of those spots gained back. Hayward, Ticehurst, they would look at the class of field in the pre-final, but of course this is 15 minutes plus one lap, not 12.
Yeah, longer race, Nick. Longer race, 15 minutes and one lap. Will fitness begin to show?
Well, you say that. I was in the toilet. There was a conversation going on between a couple. It's another story. Which is where was that really? And the conversation between a couple of the competitors going, "Yeah, how's it going? You're not going to? It's such a physical track. This is such a physical track."
Yeah, we talk about that all the time. It really is. It takes it out of you. And remember, 11 to 14-year-old, they're very fit and they play sport. And this is a very physical sport. If you don't believe that, have a go at one of these karts. It absolutely tries to throw you out the thing when you take a corner. Sliding
I think
a little
Reg
bit
may
wide,
have been nudged slightly. I think Reg, it was a nudge slide from Chase there. He's into second. He's got up to second place, so even better move for the first couple of corners by Chase Fernandez.
Remember though, Nick, these tyres aren't up to optimum temperature. They're still a bit, as I say, slippy and slidey until the pressures come up to where they need them. So it's a little bit of a damage limitation for all of these drivers. They're all in the same boat. Tyres not quite on.
Ticehurst dropped to fourth, so just where we were chatting about other things, Ticehurst dropped from second to fourth, then Fernandez up to second. So we go Hayward, Fernandez, Douglas, Ticehurst, and Harrison Crowthorne, the pole man in the heats. So he's fast over one lap, but hasn't really shown that form in a race so far. But Hayward has Chase behind him.
First four breaking away from the rest of the field. Hayward, Fernandez, Douglas and Ticehurst. They're breaking away. I say breaking away. It's only a couple of car lengths between fourth and the fifth place train of karts. Into turn one then for the third time. And it's a train of four karts for the lead. It's a waiting game at this stage though, isn't it? We've seen this all weekend, even more so in the final. You don't want to make your move and try too early to get in that title position. You want to kind of maybe nurse your tyres. Change for third there as Ticehurst goes back through and up to third.
Yeah, Douglas didn't seem to make fire too much of the lead changes as well. Oh, no, didn't it? Yes, it does. Yes, wow. Chase Fernandez got through the lead. I saw him going wide on Reg Hayward. Normally that move doesn't work, but it wasn't defended, so I'm not quite sure whether there's people being are all waiting and working out where the karts are coming to.
Yeah.
You know, sitting in second in a track which we've seen you can overtake on. There's three separate places, in fact, four separate places where overtaking is possible, a couple a little bit easier. But if you're sitting there going, I'm going to nurse my kart until it's in the exact right window. But Chase Fernandez, who had a brilliant Saturday, a very poor, I'd have to say, pre-final, has made up for it all within the first, 2 minutes, 50 seconds of the main final by getting himself in the lead and a chance now to try and break away. But there's no way Reg Hayward is going to let the fellow, what looks like very similarly adorned. In fact, the first four karts all seem to have almost exactly the same colour schemes. So are they from the same team is the question.
No, not quite. As we see Chase Fernandez leading. Reg Hayward a little bit untidy into turn one the previous lap, but he's gotten himself and collected himself back up. He challenges down the inside. That's a textbook out-braking manoeuvre on Fernandez down the inside of the Gasworks airpin. Everybody slots in there, but a change of lead as Reg Hayward takes over the lead of this race.
Great.
Into the final turn.
Just popped it at the end, didn't he?
He did.
It was almost like Yeah, I'm going to follow you around this time, Chase. And then, no, I mean, and then, but now, of course,
Fernandez
the
has not
aero
done
effect-
that. Fernandez has not done, and they come
Ooh,
together there.
Oh, they've eased Reg out. Oh,
Yeah.
dear, oh, dear. Reg has dropped down to 6th, 7th.
It was a move that was
Ooh,
never
not sure
going to
about that
happen.
one.
He didn't. There was not enough speed differential for that to happen. And as they go into turn 1, here we see Fernandez just poke the nose of that cart on the inside, and it was he just hit the right rear tyre of the number 37. And that's put him right down the order. Reg Hayward down into what it looks like 5th or 6th spot.
And I guarantee that the Austrian stewards are giving him a 5-second penalty for that.
Austrian stewards.
The F1.
Oh, right, yes, definitely F1. That's a bit of another point of contention there with a change of leader. Just coming towards the final stages of the lap. It'll be 5 laps in the bag then. 10 minutes still remaining, 10 and a half minutes to be exact. So plenty of time for this race to develop even further. Across the line, Ticehurst, Fernandez, Jeff Hall, Douglas, Crowther, Marsh, Hayward, Wooden, Walker and Aaron Full rounding off that top 10.
The big winner from that overall incident at the beginning of the previous lap was Blake Ticehurst, who take the lead. Chase Fernandez didn't gain a place or lose a place, but may well be having a conversation with the steward at the end of this race. But the big loser, Reg Hayward, from the lead to 7th, and he's going to be absolutely splitting feathers because trying to get past 6 of these quality karts in 10 minutes is going to be a massive ask.
Indeed, he started from the pole and he was leading this race. However, we'll keep an eye on him to see what his progress. Move down the inside again. Fernandez likes that move, doesn't he?
And
he took Jeff Hall with him.
Wow.
Jeff Hall's gone with him. And in fact, the number 4, Andrew Douglas, just slots in behind them. So Fernandez, he's got great momentum out of that back chicane, and he carries that momentum all the way down to the Gasworks hairpin. Jeff Hall, though, he's looking racy, isn't he? Move 4 position into turn 1, further back. I think that was Harrison Crowther, maybe.
Yeah, just to remind you, these are 11 to 14-year-olds racing like experienced pros.
They are pretty much experienced pros, though, at that age even.
But what I would say is I think Chase Fernandez actually has a bit more top speed than some of the other karts here.
Well, he's got pace through that back chicane, and you can see...
Oh, he's lost the lead, though.
Yes, he has. That's Jeff Hall.
And he's eased Fernandez out as well, so Fernandez goes from 1st to 3rd. I'm not quite sure whether Fernandez was eased out or made a little bit of an error there.
No, he left a gap, and once again we see on that second centre hairpin, he's on the marbles.
There's nothing out
there.
There's no grip. There's nothing.
He's gripless out there, and he gets just absolutely mugged for second place, having been punted down there by Ethan Jeff Hall. I say punted, he wasn't at all. That was a very clean move indeed. That was a perfect move. It's Ethan Jeff Hall leading for the first time in this final for Minimax. Blake Ticehurst 2nd, Fernandez 3rd, Douglas 4th, Crowther 5th, Scott Marsh coming through in 6th spot there. A 4-kart battle developing out of the dogleg now, down towards St John's, through the left-hander. It's into the braking areas for the centre hairpins where we've seen this happen. Will it happen again? The karts concertina up as they go through the first one, into the second one. This is the all-important chicane. Let's see what sort of momentum Jeff Hall can take out of the chicane. It's a curving back straight here at Warden Law into the braking area for the Gasworks. They're all absolutely on the edge of braking there. They may be side by side into the horseshoe, but it's not going to happen, is it? Ticehurst, Fernandez down the inside of him. But then they were into a left-hander.
Yeah, Douglas just been dropped slightly off the back of this group of moments. The top 3 making a slight break. Douglas dropping back, and then it's Harrison Crowther who's trying to bridge the gap. Hayward's got up to 5th, actually. So there was a squabble in the backpack there. And so Hayward's made 2 places and has gone from 7th to 5th. So he's the back cart you can see just off that top 4. He now needs to try and get onto the leading pack. He's got half the race. We're exactly halfway down.
We are.
He's probably also fired by annoyance, I would expect. He's got that little kind of he must feel very hurt and wounded about what happened to push him down to 7th in the first place. All very, very wide by second place man. Ticehurst got away with it, though. Fernandez couldn't pick it up. But they come in for another lap now. They're going to be in different order. Will they sweep through this hairpin one by one? They do.
Yeah, they do, Nick. And the reason why is because each of those 4 leading kart drivers are absolutely on the limit of their braking efficiency into the Gasworks hairpin. Out of the paddock hairpin, though, to complete 9 laps. 9 laps in the bag, and Ethan Jeff Hall leads. Blake Ticehurst not out of it, though, right on the rear bumper through turn 1 and into Brian's Bend. The left-hand sweep that leads to the first of the doglegs.
Fastest lap of the race?
Yeah.
Reg Hayward last time round.
No surprise. No surprise. Now he's got clean air. He can put that pace, increase that pace to get onto the back of Andrew Douglas, and we're seeing that there. So the 4-kart battle we've been talking about is very much, Nick, a 5-kart battle as they head to the back chicane again.
Fernandez, I thought Fernandez, he was a bit wide there. He didn't get, Douglas didn't get past. It was kind of a faint move there coming out the second and the centre hairpins. But it's all really about whether Reg Hayward, who's now used some of his time, some of his momentum to catch back up again, has got enough performance to get past. I must admit, Douglas is all over Fernandez, isn't he?
He is,
really
yeah.
pushing hard. But I think he can probably see there's a little bit of a gap appearing, and Fernandez is the cork in the bottle. He was very quick the first couple of laps. Now up 2/3 of the way through. Perhaps he's got his kart set too much for the start of the race. And absolutely a break by Jeff Hall and Tyser first and second to go through the dogleg. And it's now going to become mission critical for Douglas and Hayward to get past Fernandez, or they're not going to have a chance of getting anywhere near the top two, and therefore anywhere near winning the O-Plate.
And I think that's down to Fernandez coming up under a little bit of pressure from Andrew Douglas there, just showing him his nose. And as we've seen before, that slows you up. It kind of psychologically slows you up. That actually works out, also works in the physical world. And that's why we've seen the gap now develop between second and third. No changes. They go sweep into 5 karts as one, sweep into and out of the Gasworks hairpin. Here they go into the horseshoe. Apex 1, Apex 2, Apex 3. It's a long, never-ending right-hander that leads directly onto the all-important paddock turn. Why is it important? Because that's where you carry the speed all the way down the main straight. And a move there for 4th place.
Didn't come off.
Reg Hayward, he's showing a little bit of impatience beginning to creep in. He's just showing his nose down the inside of Andrew Douglas. And into St John's as he made it stick. He has indeed. He's got the momentum. Reg Hayward up into 4th spot. And they've dropped back, as you would expect. They've dropped back after moving into that position of 4th place. But he's got some free space now. And it's now he's chasing Chase Fernandez.
He was all over the back of Douglas from actually through the horseshoe. It made a couple of feints in the horseshoe in a place you're never going to get by. And I think that actually did slightly spook Douglas, and he lost momentum, and they carried that all through 4 corners and finally just dived up the inside of St John's. Great move, and another place where you can overtake.
Here they come then. Just under 4.5 minutes remaining. And that 2-card battle is now back to a 3-card battle. It'll very soon could well be 4, maybe even 5 or 6-card battle. Plenty of race time here with Ethan Jeff Hall leading out of the dogleg down towards St John's then. Blake Ticehurst is second. Chase Fernandez now right on the bumper of Ticehurst in second. Into the first, the left-hand hairpin of the first of the centre hairpins, into the second one now. And then out towards the back chicane. It's all about keeping that momentum through this right, left, right chicane. Sweeping right towards the braking area for the Gasworks. Downhill sweep. Drop down onto the horseshoe. No change there. They're kind of playing a bit of a waiting game. I can't help but think, Nick, they're playing a waiting game. Here they come. 13 laps in the bag.
Yeah, and I was watching Hayward actually in the back of the shot, and he definitely overdrove that entire lap. He was just pushing too hard. There was a couple of times he took severe amounts of curb, and that's throwing him back into the clutch of Douglas. And it now looks like with 3:19 to go. So again, we're at that sort of 5-lap mark, aren't we? That the top 3 are the guys where we're going to see the O-Plate champion come from. Will it be Ethan Jeff Hall, will it be Blake Ticehurst, or will it be Chase Fernandez? Fernandez looking up the inside there of Ty. That's not going to work unless he can get an over and under through the chicane, but that's not going to happen either. And it's all just good news. Ethan Jeff Hall there, who just pulls a bit further away.
Yeah, that's going to be he's going to be rubbing his hands. Ethan is, if these two behind him start tussling and tripping over one another. Blake Ticehurst is aware that Chase Fernandez has pace. He seems to have pace in the wrong places, though, and unable to get into that spot where he can potentially overtake in the right places on this Warden Law track. They're crossing the line now. 14 laps in the bag. Into turn 1 then. Nose to tail. 2.5 minutes remaining. It's getting down to that very important part of the race where you need to be thinking about where you're going to make your move. Ethan Jeff Hall leads, though, looks pretty much in control, but let's not discount any of those drivers behind him. And indeed, Blake Ticehurst down the inside of the first of the centre hairpins. Jeff Hall has to slot in behind as they head down towards the back chicane. Change of lead then. Blake Ticehurst leads.
Yeah, and Scott Marsh got past Andrew Douglas as well, about 2 corners back for 4th and 5th, but now not accepting it. Jeff Hall now goes back up the inside of Tyson. So Tyson will not be scored as leading a lap, but we look at the behind of it, and also there goes Hayward's managed to get up into 3rd place. He's managed to sneak back into 3rd. He came up the inside of Fernandez, so we've had 2 changes and back again, but the key thing is that the early leader, Reg Hayward, now I think has got into 3rd place overall.
Jeff Hall back into the lead, having lost it that previous lap. It'll not show on the lap charts that there was any change of position there. on the lap charts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 car battle now. We're down into second. That's Gordon Reg Haywood. Started on the pole, got punted off slightly, a little bit of contact, put him down the field, but he's back where he wants to be. And if you can't discount him, this will be an absolute story to talk about.
It's a fantastic drive by Ty. Even if it finishes here in second, leads seventh, and he was punted off, not his own fault, back down the field. But now he's checking Ethan Jeffall, who's looked good in every single race he's been in. He actually, I think, had a slight problem with legality or a steward decision when he qualified a bit further down than expected and started the pre-final, I think, in 10th, when he'd been in the top 5 in both previously. But now he's got to fight off, and it's going to be 3 laps because they went over with 52 seconds to go. He's got this one and 2 more.
Yes.
Unless he...
That's going to be right on the edge, isn't it? That's going to be right on the edge.
Do you know what? Because I don't know how fast they're actually going in race form. That's going to be within thousands of either way, or whether it's going to be 2 laps or 3, or this and 1 more and this and 2 more. Absolutely pushing as hard as is humanly possible is Reg Haywood. Ethan Jeffall is just a shorter stature, so he just looks like he's peering over the fairing, doesn't it? But he's doing a fantastic job, and he's looked great the whole way through. He managed to dispose of Fernandez and Tysers, who's actually dropped right down now to 6th. But I think it's like, look there by Reg as we went through the hairpin. But more importantly is now Fernandez has got interested again in the chance of being an overall leader. If those two fight, the winner will be Ethan Jeffall.
They're tripping each other up, and Ethan Jeffall will come out and cross the line with, 2 seconds on the clock. They're going to get 2 more laps of this race.
No, it's 15.5. This should be the last lap. He was over
sure?
15 minutes. If you look at the timing at the top of the screen,
oh yes, but
it should be the last lap. I'm not.
I can't see the timing board.
Is this the last lap? It should be, or is there another one? But whatever happens at the moment, it's being led by Ethan Jeffall. Reg Haywood coming into one of his last chances, theoretically, at the centre S's. The first one. He's going to the second one. What can he do? Or will he go on the inside? He's going through the chicane. Oh, and they've hit! And through goes Fernandez! And it's Fernandez who's going to win it. They take out 3 others. Oh, it's only ever going to end in one way. We'll see that again at the end, but we're going to follow Fernandez now. He should win this championship. He should be the O-Plate champion. Fernandez now has 3 or 4 corners to go. We think they're getting the checkered flag. Are they getting another lap? But the fact is, the top 2 of the last lap, Jeffall and Haywood took each other right out.
It is the checkered.
It is checkered flag, and he's won it. Fernandez wins it.
He wins
That's amazing. Can we see that again? That main incident. What happened on that last lap? I don't know. Hopefully we got it. Here we are. They come through. Wow. Reg is going to give it a go, and he just pushes it. And the door was attempted to be closed by Ethan Jeffall, and they took out an innocent bystander in the 47 kart of Scott Marsh. But what a victory. What a victory for Fernandez. What a first race in the Minimax final. Fernandez, he's been all over. He's been a fantastic benefiter of watching other people make mistakes, and that's how he's become the O-Plate champion. Great driving by Fernandez, because to win the race you have to finish it. To finish first you must finish, and Fernandez has not only finished first, he's won as the top 2 with a lap to go collide coming into the chicane. So the overall result as they run on their wind down lap, it's Chase Fernandez in first. Andrew Douglas is second, half a second back. Blake Tysers is third, so he gained a couple of places at the end there as he gets the bronze position. Mikey Walker in fourth. Harrison Crowther in fifth. Leighton Cooper in sixth. Ewan Sharman in seventh. Adam Woodham in eighth. Ethan Jeffall got going again tonight. Then Scott Marsh, Charles Green, Josh Camp, Aaron Fool, Taylor Thompson, Reg Haywood 15th in the end. He was second on the penultimate lap. Eli Smith and Freddie Worlock, and to pick up what I expect will be a pretty interesting atmosphere in Parc Ferme. Over to Joe.
Well, what a finish to this event. We're just waiting for Chase Fernandez to bring that kart off the weighbridge and into position where he will take the kart to position 1. Here he comes, Chase Fernandez. What a win for this young man. And we are going to be the first people to talk to him. Well, my man, let me be the first to congratulate you. Tell me, I'll let you take your helmet off first, Chase, and then we'll get a word with you. That was a absolute outstanding finish to this Minimax O-Plate final. Chase has been there or thereabouts all weekend. Tell me, you saw that all happen in front of you, Chase. What was your thoughts?
Oh, well, I managed to stay out of the trouble the whole race. It was a really enjoyable race. And yeah, exactly, just managed to stay out of trouble.
You stayed out of trouble all weekend. I saw you do that all weekend, and you did exactly what you need to do in the final.
Yeah, just been driving the way you need to drive all weekend. You stay out of all the issues and you find the gaps, you make the passes, and eventually a good result comes.
And what's it going to feel like to take that number 90 off the kart and put the O plate on there?
Oh, it feels amazing. I've wanted this since I started karting. Yeah, it's a great feeling.
Fabulous. Where's your dad?
My dad's over there.
Where's your dad? Brilliant.
There he is.
Come on, Dad, get in here. Congratulations, guys. What fabulous pictures down here in Parc Fermé. Congratulations, man. Well done. These are the guys that put all the effort in, but this young man is the all-plate winner for Minimax in 2021.
Oh, Dad and Lad Racing, it's fantastic. Yeah, great scenes down there in Parc Fermé. That's what it's all about. Chase Fernandez in Minimax, probably looks like he's about 13, but acting like he was 33. Fantastic driving, incredibly sensible. Just if you haven't got the ultimate pace, lay back and wait for everyone else to make a mistake. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and a fantastic last lap. I personally, I'm going to go back and review on the stream when I get a chance in the hotel room later to see what happened there, because it was all on. Bad luck to both Ethan, Jeff Horn and Redwood. Yeah, they came together, but they were fighting for the lead coming into that chicane. What it basically was is that Reg got a bit of a run on Ethan, but Ethan sort of slightly closed the door, and they just effectively couldn't go to one place, and they just spun off. But there was Chase Fernandez to take the win, and a fantastic win it was. So Minimax final, well, we've got 3 more. They're as good as that one. I think I'll be a very happy chap. But so in a few minutes' time, we can just calm down for the Minimax final. And, of course, next up is the Junior Maxes for the 13 to 16-year-olds. I'm not quite sure how they're going to top that, to be honest. Joe is back from a very, very excited Parc Fermé. Great stuff, Joe. And we now have to literally move on almost immediately. You have one thought.
Only one happy face down there.
Yes, I can imagine. Recriminations are many, I would think. But,
I think the stewards, once again, will be...
it's not going to affect who wins.
No, I don't. No, not at all. Not at all, Nick. No.
There's a lot of conversation about other people.
And as I said to Chase there when he first came into the Parc Fermé and onto that number 1 slot, he's kind of done that all weekend, hasn't he? He's stayed out of bother. He's had bother happening all, and he's just been very, very clever in where he's been. And he's been in contention on any kind of straight race. But once again, he was in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I think we reviewed the incident. It really was the definition of a racing incident. Reg Hayward got a better run into the chicane. I'm not sure if Ethan knew where he was or hoped he could just slightly put him off. He just moved across, and the two came together. It wasn't, it was a front to a rear, though Reg had more momentum. But it's one of those things, it's one of those things, and someone has to benefit, and it was Chase who's been benefiting all weekend. So it sounds like he had a very mature game plan going into the whole thing.
Right, everybody, if you were excited and catching your breath after the Minimax final, we've got the...
Was that the definition of a slow burn? Or a medium burn?
I think that's what we're going to see. These are long races, 15 minutes, and 1 lap is a long race. And, it's arguable whether fitness will take a part in the outcome of these races, but certainly tyre life is going to come into play. And also the kind of desperation and the intensity of driving out there. They know it's all about just the winner. It doesn't matter. Being on the podium doesn't count. It's all about the win. There's only the winner gets the O-plate. Yes, there's a nice monetary prize, nice voucher from Jag Rotax and the like, and a new engine to win, but the engine that you win is insignificant or irrelevant to a point. It's all about winning that number plate and the O-plate for the following, for the rest of the season. And Chase Fernandez will be the Minimax O-plate holder for a full year.
And as sure as night follows day, Junior follows Mini. So talk to us about the grid for the Junior Max final.
Junior Rotax final, 23 brake horsepower, 23 horsepower BHP from these engines. Again, slightly restricted to bring that power down from the senior level of the 125cc Rotax engine. 13 to 16 years is the age group for these, and it's Sam Gornall who will start on the pole position with Leon Henderson alongside. Jamie Perrelly and Harry Linden are on row 2. Local lad Daniel Armstrong and Jez Williams are on row 3. Row 4 is Neil Clark and Scott Lapsley. Row 5, Mikey Porter and Pearson Bullock Carter. Row 6, Gustav Zusakovs and Daniel Greenshard. Charlie Hart and Ted Bradbury are on row 7. Sophie Kinghorn and Gabe Fairbrother are on row 8.
Row 9 is Declan Russell and Finlay Watson. Row 10, Ryan Willis and Lucas Jex. Jai Lawrence and Ollie Goodyear are on row 11. Row 12 is Bella Franklin and Brentley Sims. Ethan Lomax and Evie Poulin are on row 13. Oliver Martinsky and Leo Lacastro are on row 14. Row 15 is Matthew Lambert and Isaac O'Shea. And rounding off the 31 kart field, Holly Mial.
And yeah, I'm calm again now. I'm fine.
Yeah, we've got to do it again. Pole position man Sam Gornall just bringing they kind of blast off, don't they, to get a bit of energy into the tyres and the brakes and stuff. And then they all gather it all up at the Gasworks hairpin. It's down to the pole man to dictate the pace, and Sam Gornall doing a great job here, dictating the pace through the horseshoe and into the final turn under the watchful eye of the race stewards. They want the grid ordered. They want 2 rows nicely ordered as they come towards the red lights. The red lights go out and we are racing, and from the outside tries to squeeze down the inside Leon Henderson, and it's Sam Gornall who hangs on to it. He did not succumb to the intimidation tactics of the squeeze from Leon Henderson. He probably expected it, Nick, and he sticks with that lead.
Yeah, one car bouncing across the goal. Oh dear, we got a big accident. There's a car upside down. This would probably be a red flag, I would think.
Yeah, I
car
think so.
Upside down over the driver's moving. I think he's a little bit shocked. I think we should probably have this on a. He's got out. He's out. The car's back on its wheels again. Is he all right? He's got. Oh wow. He's got a. Looking a bit tired there. What cart number is that? Can't quite see from here.
Not quite sure. Nasty looking incident though. That they're up at the front of the field though. No changes there as the field are already through. We'll get a check on the top 10 as they come through. Driver out of the cart and walking to the marshal's post. He's fine. He's probably quite shocked by that. It's very rare we see a cart the bottom of a cart during these races as they come through. On lap 1, Sam Gornall leading. Henderson is in second. Perrelly third. Williams fourth. Linden fifth. Daniel Armstrong moving up to sixth. Daniel Gunchard is in seventh. Lapsley, Bullock, Carter and Bradbury round off the top 10. Look at that line of carts, Nick. Yeah, and it was Ryan Willis, unfortunately, who was tipped over going down between Dogleg and St John's. He's fine. He's walked away. I think he's going to sit there going, what on earth happened there, in shock. Hopefully, it looked okay in every point. But we do now, back at the front, have a train of 9 carts. A little tiny gap first and second, then 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all back to back. It's pretty much more of the same here, isn't it, at this stage of the race, with 13 minutes remaining. We're only just in to lap 3, and a change for position there as Sam Gornall has gone down to 4th from the lead of this race. That's allowed Leon Henderson into the lead. Jimmy Perrelly, all the way from Essex, in second. Jez Williams now in third. We'll keep an eye on Gornall and see why that happened into the first of the centre hairpins. He's out again. He's on the grass. He's dropped down to 5th. And he's obviously got a problem, hasn't he? He also held everyone else up. He managed to make a little break point there because he was on the grass but fighting for it, and then effectively caught a bit of a block. And then they changed the lead now, and up the inside goes Perrelly in the red kart suit. Yeah, so looking slightly different, thankfully, than the others. It was Jamie Perrelly with a textbook move at the Gasworks. Here we see it again, just down on the brakes, into the braking area, put the kart on the inside, makes it stick through the horseshoe and leads across the line to complete 3 laps in the bag then for our leaders. 3 carts beginning to break away from the rest of the field. Henderson is in second, Williams still third, Harry Linden, Guinchard, Gornall down to 6th. He is dropping like a stone, isn't he? Daniel Armstrong's dropped with him. He's down to 7th. Charlie Hart in 8th. Neil Clark is in 9th and Scott Lapsley 10th. And a retirement for Gabe Fairbrother. I think he was punted off or had an accident involved in leaving. He looked very upset as he came into the pit lane. Up at the front, we've got a kind of a split gaggle, haven't we? Everyone's a little bit apart, but it's only like 2 corners worth of special braking. You'll be right back with them as they go through the horseshoe. First and second, Perry and Henderson are nailed together, but then it's a little kind of a 1 by 1 by 1 by 1 as we go through Williams, Linden, Gunchard and Gornall. Racing hard, but being very tactical at this stage of the race. 11.5 minutes remaining. So still plenty of this Junior Rotax final. With Jamie Perrelly at the head of the field. He knows he's got a baying crowd behind him. He'd be crazy not to at this stage of the race. It's kart 40 that leads into the first of the centres then. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts line astern. just breaking away a little bit gap, the first 6, including Daniel Armstrong now back into that 6th spot for him. And I'm just taking a look and seeing where the early leader, Sam Gornall. Sam Gornall, for some reason, down to 8th spot. A little bit of a movement there, Nick, for 4th place. We'll see how that pans out when they come across the line, because that happened far too quickly in front of me.
There's a little bit of sensibility going on here, isn't there? There's a kind of the sun's just gone behind the cloud for a while, so that'll cool everything down for everyone. And out, another look in the lead, and Williams had to think about it on turn 1, but it cut across from Perrelli.
It was Harry Linden who lost out at the gasworks last time by. Henderson and Gwynchard going through on Linden. Linden now dropping to 5th. Daniel Armstrong now on the tail of Harry Linden. And this is certainly nowhere near over. It seems that they're just kind of taking their place in the queue behind Jamie Perrelli.
There's a leading group of 8, Joe, which are kind of constantly either right together as they are now, or perhaps a lap later they'll be a bit more split. We can see they're kind of in 2-4s and up the inside again. Oh, what a sweeping move there by Perry. Nice move there.
I think that was Jez Williams having to defend.
Oh, but you think Williams decided against it?
Yeah, I think Jez Williams having to defend.
That door was open, but then suddenly no.
Jez Williams in second had Henderson right with him, looking like he was looking towards the inside in the braking area of the gasworks. Into turn 1 then. 7th lap of this race. And Perrelli leading. Williams second, Henderson third, Gwynchard 4th. And joining in the fun, Daniel Armstrong now into 5th. He's taking his time as Armstrong through this field. Keep an eye on that number 8.
Yeah, Linden dropped down a couple of places there. We've seen this a couple of times actually in the races, that Linden going to get bullied back through the field. And no reason why he can't come back, but he's going to need a bit of a kind of a different mental attitude, I think. He's let himself drop back too easily. We've seen this on more than one race, but Perrelli now right behind Williams. Now Williams was using his bumper as a braking point there.
Gwynchard through into 3rd. The Agenti Motorsport driver there, just been waiting for that moment.
Oh, too much curb, and we've got a real wide spinner as well. There's been a little bit of kind of a kerfuffle there. I think someone too much curb checked up, and the net effect was, I think, a real delay for one of the guys behind. I think it was a real slow wide. Yeah, it was Daniel Armstrong. It was like 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second slower that lap. So Armstrong's got split off the back slightly because of the just trying to not get involved in someone else's problem.
And the kart that did progress because of that incident was Charlie Hart. Charlie Hart in the number 50 up into 4th spot. Daniel Gwynchard, like I said, moving up to 3rd now. And there's a move at the chicane. That was an absolutely outstanding move from Jez Williams. Absolutely made that happen out of the second of the centres, having to drive defensive now. And they're squeezing into 3rd spot was Charlie Hart. He's a man on the move. Can't discount the number 50 either. Charlie Hart into 3rd spot. Here are the leaders with us once again. Out onto the start-finish straight. And Nick, I just can't take my eyes off the timing screen because things are moving constantly. Williams now leading, Perrelli 2nd, Charlie Hart 3rd, Daniel Armstrong up to 4th, Gwynchard, who was 3rd, now down to 5th.
Yeah, there's a lot of sorting out going out in that second group of 5, but that has enabled the first group of 2, despite swapping themselves last time round. You now see the 9 of Jez Williams leading the 40 of Jamie Perrelli. My guess is that if the chasing pack are just a little bit more kind of reserved for a lap or 2, Charlie Hart will ease himself onto the back of Jamie Perrelli, though it looks like Jez Williams making a break for it. Though often the gaps are biggest as you come out of the chicane, and then they get Constantine down as you run first through the hairpin, the gasworks bend, and then of course through the horseshoe. But no, Perrelli keeping a nice gap. This is like a massive gap in karting. It's all 3 kart lengths. But yeah, I think they are trying to bridge the gap. And it's now 2, 3 and 2, isn't it, as our current split of the first 7 karts.
Leaders into turn 1 then for lap number 10, already 9 laps in the bag, and Jez Williams has Jamie Perrelli. Jamie Perrelli at a turn at the front of the field. He looks happy to sit there. These two slightly breaking away from Charlie Hart and Daniel Armstrong.
Oh, and Perrelli comes through.
He did.
Block past. That was a little bit impolite on Williams there, wasn't it? Just block past him and going through into, I think Hart's gone into 2nd.
Yeah, he has. He took advantage of that.
Did Williams manage to stick as far as 3rd? I think Williams may have managed to keep 3rd.
Yeah.
And now, straight in a fantastic lap for Charlie Hart, he's in the lead. Wow.
Charlie Hart from 3rd to 1st in 2 great moves there. Took advantage of the situation between Perrelli and Williams, of course. So the lead changes once again. 10 laps completed. And it's Charlie Hart now leading. It's his turn to lead. Jamie Perrelli in 2nd. Jez Williams 3rd. Daniel Gwynchard ahead of Daniel Armstrong that lap. Harry Linden 6th. Sam Gornall down to 7th. Henderson, Clark and Yuzikovs rounding off the top 10.
There's a little bit of over curbage being taken by the drivers. They're desperate to block anyone off and get the maximum effect. We just saw it there as Gunchard lost drive coming out of the out of St John's. But
there's a
side
move
by
by
side. Oh, and it's
Perrelli.
Is it Perrelli being bullied out?
Perrelli's
again?
into the lead.
So,
Perrelli's into the
I think
lead.
it's Charlie Hartley got bullied out.
Yep.
He's now in second, but somebody else, Jez Williams, lost a load of positions around the outside there. So I think it's still Hart in second, but my feeling is it's Williams, who I'm pretty sure won't be scored third this time round.
Getting towards the final third of this, the Junior Rotax final then. And we'll see how they settle down across the line. We'll be able to give you an idea of who's done what and who's done where. Jimmy Perrelli, as we said, took the lead there. Charlie Hart in second. Daniel Gunchard.
Williams got bullied down to seventh, Joe. He just got on the wrong side of someone else's move. It's very annoying when you get the wrong side of someone else's overtaking manoeuvre.
He really did, didn't he? He absolutely got he plummeted down the order, lost 4 positions there, and a move for second for Gunchard on the Argenti.
And that's taken Charlie Hart down to fifth, I think.
Daniel Armstrong went with him, and that's what we're seeing, Nick. We're seeing a move made, and the cart behind them going with them. So Charlie Hart from first to fourth.
And now facing the wrong way. There's been an accident at the top of the corner. I think that was Hart again who got involved with that. He's been spun round coming out of the chicane. So hopefully we'll get another look at that later on one of the other cameras. But that was, definitely an issue there. He got spun out on the exit of the chicane. I think that was Hart who's gone from nowhere. I couldn't be 100% certain, but Hart's dropped way back, I believe.
Well, it's Perrelli, Gunchard, Armstrong as they cross the line first, second and third.
Where is it happening? It's a little further back. Yeah, look, round he goes in the top left of the screen there.
Oh, that was very lucky.
Not the 4 cart who collected Sam Gornall and Charlie Hart. It was Charlie Hart and Sam Gornall, both of them who've led this race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now both of them are down in 26th and 27th. So that's their race is over.
And they were lucky not to collect any more, Nick. They were right in front of pretty much the whole field coming out the chicane there.
Well, this one would be an absolute bonus day for a bookie, wouldn't it? Because no way would you expect these things to have happened so far. Everyone's led the race. Several people have fallen off. We had a card upside down, and we've still got 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. You cannot discount any of the 3 drivers at the head of this field. Daniel Armstrong, the Dan Holland Racing driver, behind Daniel Gunchard in second on the Argenti cart, and then Jamie Perrelli controlling the lead of this race. Personal best lap times from everybody. Jez Williams, fastest lap of the race so far on lap 13 there. They're on to lap 14 and we're getting towards the intense part of the proceedings.
Sorry?
Oh yes, it's
what
not
was
even
the previous bit then?
We were a little bit intense back then, but now it starts getting serious.
Yeah, top 3 have managed to get a break as well. I think that's possibly because Linden's a little bit off the ultimate pace, and he's got Jez Williams, who's, you say, put in the fastest lap, so he's going to be all over the back of him. I think Jez has already got past, actually.
Oh, I tell you what, Jimmy Perrelli having to use a defensive line already with 3 minutes to go. Is he going to hang on to this lead by driving defensively? And that's going to allow Daniel Armstrong an opportunity, because we've got Daniel Gunchard tripping all over Jimmy Perrelli, who's driving defensive. And Gunchard goes down the inside. It's side by side through turn 1. Gunchard's made it stick. Daniel Armstrong surely can't go around Brian's bend side by side.
And he
goes over the back of him.
Off.
Armstrong hit the back of Perrelli and he went in the air. He's lost all of it.
I think 7th or 8th.
Yeah, he's gone down the field. Daniel Armstrong went for the move.
He could see the door was open. He thought it was an invitation to pick up second, but what did he pick up? Nothing.
Very, very hard to go through Brian's bend, which is a flat-out left-hand kink. And we've got now the leader going off, Gunchard.
Second and third is where the action is.
Towards the gasworks, but here's the battle for second and third. It's
probably Perrelli and
it is Perrelli,
yes. And Williams, I think.
Jez Williams back up there. Jez Williams is back into contention. Back into contention for a podium, but a podium is absolutely worthless.
These guys need to play together to catch
yes,
back up
do.
again, but they're
not.
Because Williams has said, I'm the fastest you, Jamie Perrelli, and I'm now going to go and attempt to get back to Daniel Gunchard. But Gunchard has looked feisty the entirety of this weekend.
He has.
And it's come off this time because he put a good move in on the leader and then saw his main threat, Daniel Armstrong, fall off the track.
Yeah, Daniel Gunchard has looked. And there's a move for third. It's Harry Linden going into third place past Jez Williams, and a move behind them. Jez Williams ahead of Perrelli.
So it's looking good for Gunchard now. 1 minute 26 to go, so it's going to be this lap and 2 more.
And there's Harry Linden having to defend from Jamie Perrelli again.
He's got himself in podium position though, Linden.
Perrelli was leading. He's down to 4th. Gunchard, and a little bit of eagerness
Get on with it.
From Jamie Perrelli on the back end of Harry Linden as they cross the line. Then Gunchard leads.
I'll be honest with you, if I was a racer in this class and I hadn't led this race, I'd be disappointed in myself.
We've still got a minute of racing, so we've still got at least 2 laps before at least 3 laps.
This one and 2 more.
3 laps of racing left, then we're getting towards the serious bit. It looks to me, Nick, although Gwynchard
just gone.
As long as he doesn't make a mistake, it's perhaps we've run out of time for Jez Williams to close the gap.
Yeah. So looking at we are now with the 3rd and 4th, which is Linden and Perrelly, the yellow and blue, and the red and blue cart, the red cart suit. Red cart suit being Perrelly, the yellow and blue being Harry Linden, looking to put in a good second half of this race now. Perhaps that's how his car was tuned to be a bit better towards the end. His car looking faster and more competitive after he got a little bit beaten up in early doors. But the lead is 1.2 seconds, Joe.
Yeah, he's got a very comfortable lead.
That's gone down to 0.9.
There was about 13 seconds on the board there as he went through, so it'll be last lap board for Daniel Gwynchard.
Next time.
He's been there or thereabouts all weekend. You've got to say that he hasn't just looked into this. He's been in contention for this win all weekend. He's still got a couple of laps though, so I'm not going to hex him and talk about that too much because a lot can happen.
Perrelly's really not got late race pace. He's dropped back another one there as the 89 Gustav Yusakov has moved up into 4th. 1 and 2 are getting closer. In fairness, the first 2 are coming together. I'm not sure there's enough time with just 1 lap and 4 corners to do it, but Williams making a game of it.
Here we go into the final lap then as they come out towards us onto the start-finish straight. 18 laps completed. It'll be a 19-lap race after all.
Let's stick with our leader. Let's see what he can do.
0.8 of a second. The gap's come down between first and second. But literally, time has run out for Jez Williams to get back on terms with the leader, Daniel Gwynchard, the Argenti Motorsport driver at the head of this field, into the centre hairpin, one for the last time in this event. It's the Junior Rotax final.
It's the problem with winner takes all, is that second is just...
it's all right. Nice little prize fund.
National Championship, lovely load of points. But no, this one it's just, I've got a prize. I've got a £300 prize, which is quite nice in fairness.
And you know what? These youngsters have got the experience and the memories of being here today and competing.
And over the line.
But it's all about Daniel Gwynchard right now, who takes the checkered flag and the 2021 Junior Rotax all plate for Daniel Gwynchard.
And he's very happy. Pats his car. He's even to say well done, like you would with a well-bred thoroughbred. And in fairness, Gwynchard looks impressive the whole weekend. A little bit aggressive, a couple of times. Well, I say aggressive, but some active moves forward. Came off this time, and a great performance. Jez Williams picks up second. Harry Linden, great stuff there on the podium in third. Jamie Perrelly just didn't have late race pace in that car, I don't think, in fourth. Gustav Yusakov's a good fifth driving forward. Daniel Armstrong all in the mix until he just went wide, attempting to get a pass that was just too ambitious with a few laps to go. Neo Clark 7th, Ted Bradbury 8th, Scott Lapsley is 9th, and it's Pearson Bullock Carter in 10th. Leon Henderson, who also was up the top there for a long time, in 11th. Jai Lawrence in 12th. Sophie Kinghorn, Declan Russell, Isaac O'Shea, Finley Watson 16th. Evie Poulin 17th. Then Ollie Goodyear, Matthew Lambert, Oliver Martinsky, Sam Gorner, who led this race, ends up in 21st. Charlie Hart, who led this race, ends up in 22nd. And it's Leo Casto, Bella Franklin, Lucas Jacks, Bentley Sims, Holly Mail, and 4 carts didn't make the trip. That's Ethan Lomax, Gabe Fairbrother, Mikey Porter, and Ryan Willis. And let's go and join Joe in Park Fermi. Well, I expect it's perhaps a bit more friendly than last time, but there's still some long faces.
Just waiting for the winner then, Daniel Gwynchard, onto the scales, part of the scrutineering process. Onto the scales, getting very crowded here, so we're going to step through these carts as Daniel Gwynchard is about to come off the scales into my arms effectively. Here he comes, he's just about to be weighed, and Daniel Gwynchard, come and talk to us, Daniel. Let me be the first person to congratulate you. Well done, my man. You are the 2021 Junior Rotax All-Plate winner. In fine style, you've been there all weekend, haven't you? You've been in contention. How did the final feel?
The final felt really good. We worked on the chassis all weekend and it felt so good in the final. We had a bit of unfortunate contact in the pre-final which set me back, but we had the speed to drive back through.
And how aware of you, when there was all sorts of consternation going on behind you, those final laps, were you aware that you had a bit of a breathing space?
I was aware I had a bit of a gap, but I knew that Jez behind me was really quick, and he's been quick all weekend, so I just had to keep my head and make no mistakes.
So once again, I'll ask you the same question. How's it feel then to be running the zero plate for the rest of the season?
Yeah, it feels really good. I've never won it before, so it feels quite good.
Great stuff. Where's your dad? Is your dad close by?
There somewhere.
He's watching. Congratulations. Give him my best. Daniel Grinchard then, our Junior Rotax 2021 all-plate winner.
And as he goes to get himself weighed again, those scales are frightening for people of my age, I can tell you. I walked on those and it was saying a number which is significantly higher than I believed it could possibly be. Yes, so we were less we said about the scales, the better. Another great race. We've had 2 great races, which is always a bonus. This track, which is so technical, but also throws up so many options for overtaking. It's not one of those situations where you are stuck in a procession at any point. The karts are always up and running, and the fact that we saw so many different drivers leading that race. I mean, the Sam Gornall, Charlie Hart instant, it's a heartbreak for both of them. But at that point, they were already dropping down the field after good starts. It was kind of a case when you've got 8 karts going through a combination of 2 hairpin bends and a chicane, you lose a bit of momentum. Suddenly you've lost 3, 4, 5 positions, and people see a chance, they push really hard, and sometimes it all ends in tears. So that was the Junior Max final. I've been rejoined here in the booth by Joe, who's been out sampling the weather, which is still looking glorious. Was that a happier paddock, or was it a lot of long face?
Oh, no, there's only one smiling face.
More long face.
The thing is with these one-off events, these one weekend events, as we've said, it doesn't matter if you finish second or third. You've had a great run. And I'm sure that, in 20 years' time or 30 years' time, they'd look back and think, I came third in the all-plate in 2021. It might matter then, but right now, the only one that matters is Daniel Grinchard, and you heard him say that they've been, working with that kart all weekend. They've been there or thereabouts, and, in the heats, in the pre-final, and he was where he needed to be when it all went his way.
We've seen the kind of the glory of getting it right in the final from both Chase Fernandez and Daniel Grinchard in these first 2 heats. We've also seen how it can just go wrong and it's not really your fault as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Daniel Armstrong made a move I think most of us would have gone for, thinking he'd get that second follow through Grinchard into the leading pack, but just got it slightly wrong, went wide. That was it. Not because of the time he lost, just there was 5 more karts between him and the lead.
That was one of the major incidents, wasn't it? When Armstrong came through turn 1, he had massive momentum because the kart in front of him had been held up, and he tried to keep that momentum going and went round the outside of Brian's Bend. That just closes to you because it's a left-hand sweep going into a right-hand first part of the dogleg, and the gap just narrows, and that's where he found himself. And he tried to hold back, you could see that. But unfortunately for Daniel, the front of his car just caught the rear of the kart in front of him, and there he was. He speared off. The reason he couldn't steer into the corner was because his front wheels were about a foot off the ground.
Yeah, I remember when we were doing some commentary on RC racing. By the way, we're very close to the Durham Radio Control car track, which is actually just behind us here. So if you are into radio control car racing, you can do that at Warden Law, at the Durham Radio Control Off-Road Track. I remember we were doing some World Championship commentary, and they're 4-wheel drive cars, but if you've got no wheels touching the ground, you can't drive or steer.
Yes.
It's just at that point, it's a 4-wheel drive brick, just going in a single direction.
And Daniel Armstrong actually is a star of our track walk.
Is he?
Yes, that's the car. That is
right.
on our track walk, Daniel Armstrong.
I would throw it in.
Thanks
I think it's a bit late.
Yeah. So I should have mentioned that. We've got our grid for the Senior Rotax 162 final in front of us in the collecting area. Let's have a look, because it's a 33 kart field. So didn't we start with 34 this morning? So we've lost somebody who's not taking part. Anyway. Man on the pole position, Sean Butcher, he certainly found the pace for the pre-final, didn't he? And he had a great pre-final, putting him on pole for this one. Lewis Gilbert alongside. Second row, Lewis Harvey and James Johnson. Third row, Matthew Higgins and Ben Casely. Tom Adams and current all-plate holder, Tom Adams and Reese Hunter, kart number 2. Now that is a massive increase of grid position for Reese Hunter, and he certainly put himself back into contention after that damage limitation exercise this morning. So row 4 for Reese Hunter. Kern Zhang and Brandon Klein-Nagelvort are on row 5. Tristan Rennie and the current all-plate winner, current all-plate holder, I should say, Kai Hunter, is on row 6.
And keep an eye on Kai. He'll be wanting to retain that plate, but it's a big ask from 12th spot on the grid.
Oh, he must have had a penalty then.
There was all sorts of penalties from that pre-final.
Yeah, because Kai crossed the line in 7th.
Yeah, well, he certainly crossed the line ahead of Reese, and Reese is starting in 8th. So
Reese finished in 17th.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
There must have been, literally, everyone must have had a 5-second penalty. There must be half a tree outside the student engineering office of people who've been banned and pushed down.
Well, I think so. Row 7 is where we were. Jack Steadman and Magic Amera are on row 7. Row 8, George Holbrook and Kieran Kay. Row 9, Teddy Clinton and Matty Hingley. Row 10 is Harry Holland and Archie Brown. Row 11, Harry Gibson and Andrew Trevor. Row 12, Oscar Hoole and Spencer Shinner. Edward Matthews and Chris Simpson are on row 13. Row 14 is local man Tom Shipman and Tyler Jex. James Lowther and Oliver Meadows are on row 15. Andy Powell and Rhys Hurd are on row 16. And rounding off the 33 car field is Nicole Sutherland.
Well, I would love to have seen what happened after that pre-final, because the positions I thought in my head are nowhere near the position the karts are in. This 5-second penalties.
This is going to be a stonker.
They're going to go for it.
This is going to be a stonker. I mean, I love the junior classes, the Mini Maxes, and always deliver. The junior Rotax always delivers. You know what? All Rotax classes deliver. And we're about to be delivered some icing on an already very rich cake. They've been asking for another one around.
One around, is it or not? I don't know.
I'm not sure if we're racing. It appears that we're racing. There was hands in the air. Are there still hands in the air? I think we've got a caution flag there, a green and yellow.
Yep. That's
delayed start flag.
They're not going full whack. We've got a flashing yellow, so that's not going. Timer did not start to count down. They are delayed.
And I didn't see anything happening at the back of the grid.
There was there's a car about 6 rows back, and he was waving. He was doing the let's go round again thing. Let's go round again.
Well, they'll have to get back into grid formation, so Sean Butcher will continue to lead from pole position, and the pole man beginning to slow down on the horseshoe, which is pretty standard practice here at Warden Law, and let the grid gather up behind them. Now then, the tricky little devils, these guys. They deliberately start out of position to get themselves an extra lap. Why? Get more heat into the tyres, start with a more optimised setup, and be able to go racing from the very outset. We're about to go racing once again. The red lights are on. As they go down towards them, they will disappear, and we are indeed racing. Pole position man Sean Butcher goes to the inside, middle of the track, but then takes his line back through turn 1, and there's that pack of karts, and a kart off heavy to driver's right.
Oof.
He's gone through the barriers. He's continued, though. All he's done is knock the tyre barrier a bit askew, so through Brian's Bend, he got a little bit wide on the grass and ended up into the barriers, but he's continued. We'll have a look and see who that was. I didn't quite catch the number as they continue. Look at the lead of Sean Butcher, though, into the chicane for the first time, and already out onto that sweeping back straight towards the gasworks. Sean Butcher has at least 5, maybe even 6 kart lengths between him and second place kart. Here they come for the first time then, out onto the start-finish straight. Sean Butcher leads. The rest of the field come through. It's Lewis Gilbert still in second. Matthew Higgins up 3 spots to third. Jamie Johnson through in fourth. Lewis Harvey, Tom Adams, Ben Casely, Reese Hunter, Brandon Klein-Negelvort, Kern Sang rounding off the top 10. And would you believe the nightmare continues for Kai Hunter? It was Kai Hunter who was off into the barriers there on turn 1. So the current all-plate holder,
not a great day,
is going to have to give that accolade up at the end of this race. Into third spot there as we look towards the gasworks. Move for fourth place there, just out of our sight. We'll get a look at who they are as they cross the line to complete 2 laps. Sean Butcher leads. It's Lewis Gilbert in second, quite comfortably from Matthew Higgins. Then we've got a bit of a gap before Lewis Harvey and Tom Adams come through, with James Johnson on their tail. Ben Casely in 7th still.
Butcher has some real pace at the start of this race. I mean, he obviously led most of the end of the pre-final. He's continued this leading run now for another couple of laps. But he's pulled out 9/10 of a second. He was 2/10 faster that time than Lewis Gilbert and Matthew Higgins, who will both be hoping that their karts are going to come on song. Or is it just the case that Sean's found a diamond setup here?
Now, we did mention the number 2 of Reese Hunter, who was who
14th
started
at the
eighth.
moment, yeah.
He's been caught up in that melee on lap 1, and he's dropped down to, where did you say, 14th. So we're not going to see much progress from there, unfortunately.
Across the line again, and is it an extension to the lead? It is another 10th of a second as Butcher is doing something we've not seen in any of our heats, in any of our pre-finals, any of our finals, making a break at the start.
We got a glimpse of it in the pre-final, Nick. Sean Butcher had immense pace that we hadn't seen all weekend, and he's found it just at the right point, hasn't he? With the second lead.
But now Gilbert's stretching himself from Higgins, so the first two have broken away very much, and perhaps it's Harvey. Louis Harvey, who's running in fourth, the 74 car. Perhaps he's now the man who needs to break past Higgins and start looking to make a move forward, but he's been comprehensively blocked all the way through the gasworks hairpin by Higgins. I'm sorry, Louis, you're not getting past.
Defensive driving from Matthew Higgins, even at this early stage, just under 12 minutes of this race remaining. Again, all our finals the same, 15 minutes and 1 lap. This is the senior Rotax 162 final that you have in front of you.
Tiny gain back there from Gilbert on that lap. He put in the fastest lap we've seen so far, 50.3. Gained 5 whole hundredths of a second on Sean Butcher. It's taken quite a long time to catch up at that rate.
Looking back over his shoulder there, Matthew Higgins just checking where Louis Harvey is. Louis Harvey just getting onto the rear bumper there.
The answer's right behind you, by the way.
Yeah, he is. He saw that. Couldn't miss a Genty Motorsport kart. And again, he drives defensively in the middle of the track. These two absolutely nose to bumper,
but they're losing
all the way
so
through.
Much time.
They're losing, and Matthew Higgins does not want to give that third spot up. But he's being slowed, and these two slowing each other down and falling back into the clutches of Tom Adams, James Johnson and Kern Sang. Here they go across the line then. No change in the least the first 5. No change in the first 11. Reese Hunter up into 12th, still making progress.
Third place now, 2.5 seconds off the lead. The first and second gap of a second has been pretty consistent there or thereabouts last 2 or 3 laps, but now they are just falling off, mainly because Higgins is obviously, as is absolutely his right, is running a very defensive battle against Louis Harvey. Tom Adams and James Johnson not really catching up, either Kern Sang either, so there's not seeming much. Oh, and that inside goes Harvey, and then Louis, is he going to hold on to it? He's going to have to muss him out. There's dust rays they go side to side on the tyres. If those were F1 Pirelli tyres, the old lovely red or yellow stripes were long gone as a tyre push, that'd be certainly fair.
Bit of wheel banging going on there, wasn't there?
Oh, and then another one clipped across it just behind him. One of the many yellow and green cars just spun across the front there, but luckily didn't actually get itself out of shape on the straight.
Well, Matthew Higgins had been driving defensively into the gasworks hairpin for lap after lap. He just snoozed a little and put his kart a little bit to the left, but he comes back at him at the centre hairpin and then slotting back in. They're still side by side as they settle down into the second of the centre hairpins, into the back chicane. They've let the field of karts behind them snaggle onto the back of them now, and they're driving defensive. 9.5 minutes remaining, and they were seeing defensive driving. Now, what this is allowing Sean Butcher and Lewis Gilbert to just disappear off into the distance. This is a battle for third place. And look at the two leaders. They're already into turn 1 as third, fourth, and fifth, and a gaggle of karts cross the line.
Yeah, this is
in third spot.
They are effectively stopping themselves from winning. They're now 4 seconds off the lead. The lead to second is just slimming down slightly. It's down to 7/10. It's down to 3/4 second from a second. So Lewis has got a bit of pace. We've no idea how much Sean is managing pace rather than going fast again. Back up the inside again comes Harvey on Higgins. And now there's 3 of them battling around the corner. They're having a lovely time, but this is not going to give any of them the O-plate, that's for sure. Unless something ridiculous happens with the first 2. They're having a very comprehensive battle as Louis Harvey looks to get back up again past the Higgins and Johnson, I think, got past them in that lap. So this is now 3. Don't forget, this gaggle battle is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. 1st and 2nd are away. They've completed another lap. The lead comes down 2 more tenths. So Lewis Gilbert making a fight of it. Harvey stays 3rd. So Harvey has dropped to 5th, and it's now Higgins and Johnson in 3rd and 4th.
We've got lots of moving and shaking in that gaggle of karts from 3rd down to, I think, 30th. It looks like on our screens. Here's the move for that 3rd spot from James Johnson. Oof. Moving down the inside but sliding very wide. That's allowed Lewis Harvey back through.
Back through, yeah. Of Louis Harvey straight through there That was very much open the door. Thank you very much. And now our leaders. Is it our leaders? It is. Is it the leaders? No, it can't be.
No, there's the leaders through the horseshoe. Out onto the start-finish straight. We're going to concentrate on this
visually,
battle.
I think it was visually. I think it was a better lap for Sean Butcher that time. I'm not sure. Yeah, it's gone up another 10th of a second. So that is staying more consistent 7/10. Certainly, Sean Butcher has it controlled. Louis Gilbert second, but the battle obviously is this constant fight for the final position on the podium. Currently, it's Louis Harvey from Matthew Higgins. They've managed to split themselves away from the rest of the chasing pack. So what was a buzzing attacking area of about 12 cars is now a section of 2, another group of 5, and then a few more 2 and some stragglers.
Look who's made an appearance in the top 6, up 2 spots last time by. Reece Hunter in the number 2. He's looking very racy indeed on the tail of James Johnson. But that battle for third, Lewis Harvey and Matthew Higgins, continues. Behind them, they've got a huge gap before Johnson and Hunter and Ingley come through. And they're through the horseshoe now into what will be the final turn at the paddock hairpin. And the gap to that second place is 5.6 seconds. It was 5.7 this time by. So that's actually increasing. Half a second between first and second. So Sean Butcher and Lewis Gilbert at the front of this senior Rotax final.
Leaders let's go and find our leaders. They're just going through the second, the centre hairpins now, about to go through the chicane, because they've now decided to make a race of it, as Gilbert's taken down to less than half a second from the 57, leading of Butcher, and there's Gilbert.
And that was over a second just 3 laps ago, wasn't it? So Lewis Gilbert is absolutely charging. We'll keep an eye on that battle behind them, though. But this is indeed the battle for the O plate, which we should really focus on. Sean Butcher, Lewis Gilbert, it was 0.5 of a second last time by. It's 0.5 of a second this time by.
He did gain 100th.
Yes, he did. Yes.
But he's gained consistently, barring 1 lap for the entirety of once he got into second place. But it's you don't actually know, is Sean Butcher on maximum speed, or is there still a little bit left because he's in the lead and he's controlling?
You know what, that answer will be that question will be answered very shortly, in about 5.5 minutes.
That's right. I think he's had a better visually. I think he's a little bit further ahead this time, not a huge amount, a little bit further ahead. As Gilbert now looks to make up some space on that really tricky downhill 180 of the Gasworks hairpin.
Into the horseshoe then. It'll be 12 laps completed for these guys. Here they come across the line. The gap was 0.5. Has he taken a 10th out of it this time? No, it's 0.5. He's taking hundredths.
4 hundredths, yeah.
Next time he'll be into the 4/10ths.
Yeah, so I think at this rate he does get past in about 4:30.
Okay. All right.
But obviously it is less. We're less than a minor mistake between the two of them. And obviously the closer you get, the more Lewis Gilbert will push. And he's got everything to gain. And of course Sean in the lead. He doesn't know always how to manage it. And noticeably on this lap, suddenly what's happened, I think, is that Gilbert's getting that psychological bridge to get onto the tail of Sean Butcher.
Bit of drag coming into it potentially. As he gets closer, he's picking up the open air that Sean Butcher's creating into the horseshoe. It's definitely
way closer
less.
now. He's picked it
closer, isn't it?
And now it's nose to tail.
Yeah.
It's about as close as you can get, because you can't actually have them on the same part of the track, because then they'll end up with a 5-second penalty. But now, first and second right together and 4 minutes to go.
Sean Butcher had a sneaky look over his shoulder just to see where Lewis Gilbert was. And yes, Sean, he is there. You've controlled the pace of this race pretty much from the outset, but now Lewis Gilbert wants that O plate, and it's who wants it the most. And it's Lewis Gilbert who moves down the inside at the first of the centres. Can he keep Butcher behind him? He has done, into the second centre and out towards the back chicane. Change of lead. Little bit of a slide there on the entry to the chicane. Can he hang on to it? Sean Butcher sits behind and slots in through the hairpin, but there's the move into the first of the centres hairpin. It was indeed a classic, and that was textbook driving from Lewis Gilbert. But likewise, Sean Butcher will not be happy with that.
I don't expect Gilbert to drive away now. I mean, I know he's made up this lead in not very much distance, but I don't see any reason why now chasing Butcher can't hang on and possibly do the same in reverse onto Lewis Gilbert, especially as Lewis is going to start having the nerves kicking in. He's going to be the O-plate champion quite soon with 3 minutes to go. They pulled out 8 and a bit seconds on the rest of the field. So in order to find the class of the field, you take a picture of these two guys. There's a lot of dead cars in the middle of the track. This has been a very, very heavy attrition rate. Well, I suppose, it's the last race of the meeting. If you break it, who cares? We've got several weeks to mend it.
Yeah, that's a point, Nick. And again, it's all about that first place. And right now, that first place belongs well and truly to Lewis Gilbert. How long have we got on the clock? We've got 2.5 minutes now. And as they cross the line, it'll be less than 2.5 minutes. So we're going to get a high-speed game of chess playing out here. Lewis Gilbert looks over his shoulder. Sean Butcher now has a 0.3 of a second deficit. He was leading by half a second, and now he's not leading by 0.3. Into the dogleg. Down to St John's. If anything, I think Sean Butcher hasn't got the pace to catch Lewis Gilbert. In fact, Gilbert is gaining ever so slightly. He's increasing, I should say, ever so slightly each time, each corner. He's putting that gap back to that second place, Sean Butcher, further and further out of reach.
Perhaps we have a classic setup battle here, Joe. You know, Butcher set up to be fast at the start, and Lewis set up to be fast at the back. And it's so currently the guy who's fast at the end is looking to be the overall victor. He's making this look like he is easing away slowly. They're going to be on the cusp of 2 laps or 3 laps to go.
Yeah, got out that time by to on. Let's call that 0.5 a week, 0.498. Let's call that 0.5. So Lewis Gilbert, Nick, has this in control at the moment with 1.5 minutes left. We're getting towards that final lap board stage, and a great drive so far from a lot of these drivers this weekend. It's been a bit of a lottery, but that's what we expect from the British Open. It's all about what happens in the moment. You can't conserve your energy and wait for the next round, because there is no next round. It's all about today. And right now, that number 29 kart of Lewis Gilbert is on course. He's got just on the 49 seconds was the time on the board. That is going to be very, very close.
He's got 47, so he'll be starting his last lap next time round.
Right, that's what we are estimating.
And is there anything in Sean Butcher or Sean Butcher's kart that can do anything about this? Can he throw something in?
No.
He just has to hope that a little minor chink of error, stretches into Lewis Gilbert's armour, and he manages to get something back. Because at the moment, unless we see a mistake, he just hasn't got the pace to make up this half-second gap.
I'm not sure he has anything in the toolbox to get back at Lewis Gilbert. We had a change for third place. Matty Hingley going ahead of Matthew Higgins for third. Matthew Higgins down to fourth. Fifth is Lewis Harvey. James Johnson sixth. Reece Hunter down to seventh. James Lowther eighth. Ninth was Tristan Rennie. And Brandon Klein-Negelvoort rounding off the top 10.
Picked up a 10th that time, Sean Butcher, but it's not enough.
Last lap, Nick?
Yep, last lap, Gilbert controlling. It was a 10th of a second that was gained by Butcher. He's just a couple of tenths off even really worrying Gilbert, isn't he? Gilbert's got a kind of a comfort barrier of 6-7 kart lengths.
He's still away, he's still looking over his shoulder. He just wants to make certain of where Sean Butcher is. He looked over his shoulder there, out of St John's. He may just have a look over his shoulder. He does indeed, on the run down to the Gasworks hairpin. He just wants to check the progress of Sean Butcher. Well, Lewis Gilbert, you're about to go through the final turn of the afternoon and the final turn of the 2021 British Open, and takes the 2021 All Plate here at Warden Law. Lewis Gilbert's the winner.
A great performance by Lewis. At one point it looked like Sean Butcher was away and it was going to be a procession, but effectively Lewis wore him down with his end race pace. The really strange thing is that the next kart along is 13 seconds behind. Probably the last lap for Louis Harvey. He'd end up dropping way down the field to 12th. So anyway, Lewis Gilbert wins. Sean Butcher's second, and then there's a 12-second gap to third place as they were scrapping the whole way through. It's Matty Hingley in third, James Johnson's in fourth, Reece Hunter in fifth, Tristan Rennie is sixth, it's Brandon Klein-Negelvoort in seventh, Matt Higgins in eighth, James Lowther in ninth, Teddy Clinton is 10th, Archie Brown 11th, Louis Harvey is 12th, Kai Hunter 13th from the back of the grid. Actually, Kai Hunter's 13th from facing the wrong way on the first corner. Jack 740, then Oliver Meadows, Kieran Kay, Spencer Shiner, Harry Holland, Chris Simpson, Reese Hurd, Harry Gibson, Edward Matthews, Tom Shipman, Tyler Jex, Andrew Trevor, Andrew Powell, and then we have Tom Adams, Oscar Hull, Kern Zhang, George Hobber and Ben Casey, Tom, Oscar Kern, George and Ben didn't make the trip, and there was quite a lot of activity on there. There's two carts just sitting in the middle of the infield at the moment who are not even close to getting rolling again, as the field still floods back into Parc Fermé. But a less dynamically exciting, but perhaps the purest of the race we've seen so far, with a fast car out at the front in Sean Butcher. But it was Lewis Gilbert who caught him, and Joe will be chatting to him in Parc Fermé.
Of winning the All Plate, pushes it into the number 1 spot. Bring it in, Lewis. You're the winner, mate. That's what he deserves, the number 1 spot. A very fine win indeed for Lewis Gilbert. It looked controlled. I'm sure it wasn't that controlled. It came good at the very end, didn't it?
Oh, I was just so fast at the end. Like, I thought the gap was too big at the start. I was just thought it's too far away, but closer and closer, and then I got to move, and yeah, it was really hard.
You seemed to take your time though to get past, and you just waited and waited. Were you kind of sussing out where his weaknesses were?
Yeah, I was just waiting for him to make a mistake, and once he did that, I pounced on it and went.
And you certainly had the pace, he couldn't catch you. What's it feel like then, All Plate?
Brilliant. I've been waiting for this day a long time, but it's good.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
You get to carry the number 0, don't you?
Yeah, it'll be good. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well done, Lewis. Congratulations, mate.
Well, happy scenes down in Parc Fermé. Louis was waiting for a mistake from Sean Butcher. I think it was more a case that Lewis' team had the kart set brilliantly for the second half of the race. Quick shout out to birthday shout out to Rocket Mullet Man Archie Brown, says Future Studios on YouTube. Always happy to do a shout out for man with a rocket mullet. And we've had a third fantastic race. We've got one more race for you today, and that is the Senior Rotax 177. The noise you can hear behind me, that is the various engines being broken down, because the scrutineering actually is just behind our little broadcast studio. And there's a number of engines and bits of fuel and various parts of cars being slowly disassembled behind me. And they check their legality. And Joe returns from Parc Fermé. Everyone miserable bar one person again?
Yep. Actually, in fairness, there was a lot
of
smiley,
Parc Fermé. See,
smiley faces.
There's scrutineering for us. It's just behind us. And as you can see, they're checking everything. So give us an idea of what they check in scrutineering.
They are checking engine regulations. They are checking engine eligibility. And that's Steve Ogden. Now, he's an engine meister. He's been around for, I'm sure Steve will forgive me, but he's been around for years. There's nothing that Steve Ogden does not know about karting engines.
Oh, that's a total strip down. It's the crankshaft.
It's a complete strip down, Nick. It's a complete strip down. There's the crank. There's the barrels. The crankcase has been split open. There's the all-important barrels. That's where the shenanigans goes on. The inlet and the outlet, yeah. That's what
they're checking. Change your porting.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the extent that we put to scrutineering for eligibility and, keeping everyone on their toes, because
they're just testing the compression.
I'm not going to call it cheating. I'm going to call it creative engineering. Exactly. Everybody's looking for that.
No one in the sport cheats. They just exploit the grey area.
And it's just narrow margins, isn't it? Marginal gains, isn't it?
Better than 1994 cheated, but let's not go with that now.
Oh, well, that's
for another day. Let that go after 27 years.
That's not for the go. We've got spots of rain, I'm being told.
Oh, yes, we are. It's early. There's two big fat spots on the outside of the window. So the extra jeopardy for our final race of the day.
We've got one more final to go, Nick, and the rain has held off.
I think we've got. Oh, it's very great to the right-hand side,
mate. Out the back where I've just been, in Parc Fermé, it is very, very dark clouds coming across, and they're coming across very, very quickly. We're going to check
a wet breakdown. Oh, I can see it in the air. Yeah. I can now see Ash in Ash's camera.
Ah, yes.
This is an on-screen example of how you waterproof a camera. You stick a plastic bag over it. This is Ash.
Oh, there's Ash, our cameraman.
Okay, ladies, that's Ash. I'm afraid he's spoken for, so. I love that.
He's an icon.
That's going in the highlights reel.
He's an icon in his own world.
He is a legend in his own lunchtime.
Yeah.
So I don't think any of these Rotax heavy guys are too worried about the rain, though we are having a slightly longer delay between heats, mainly because they're rescuing 112 abandoned cars.
I'll tell you who's looking at the sky and hoping for a bit of a delay for the rain to come, and that's Jay Taylor.
Yes, more relaxing in the rain, isn't it?
Who's not, by his own admission, he isn't race fit. He's just come back. It's a comeback drive for Jay. He's a multiple club champion here in all sorts of classes, from cadets through to seniors and into senior Rotax. And he's by his own admission, his race fitness isn't up to scratch, even though he's a very fit-looking kid and he's been to the gym all this time. I've been watching Jay Taylor drive around here since he was 4 years old. In fact, since he was not really legally allowed to drive around here. But
it's beyond the statute of limitations. He's quite a grown-up boy now, so you're fine.
He is. He's huge. He's very tall. And, he's been praying for rain. He did a rain dance last night. It didn't come. He was let down massively by the weather. Because, obviously, there's less G-force in the wet. The car doesn't grip as much. And the physicality of it isn't as great.
We've got very low-level spitting of rain. However, it's going to sit on the goo of the track quite quickly.
Very.
I don't think it's going to boil off. I think at the moment it's nothing, but very soon it could be significant. We're nowhere near needing wet. Nowhere near.
No, nowhere near. And the problem is that it will get slippery very, very quickly. If it has like a flash downpour, it'll get very wet and slippery very quickly. But also, there's a lot of heat in there. We've had a 20-degree ambient, which gives us about a 30 to 32 track temperature. And that will mean that whatever rain lands will very quickly dissipate if the rain stops. However, if it's any kind of prolonged downpour, then...
It's really hard to tell. Looking at the clouds, it could be a passing showerette, or it could be a nightmare.
Yeah, I'm just wondering
it's that English summer rain, which is like...
It is, yeah.
Big drops.
Yeah, a lot of build-up. It's coming from inland as well. We've got to the east of us here is the North Sea, and the weather is beautiful towards the sea. You look towards the inland area, towards the west, and it's black clouds at the moment that are about to come across and give us what they've got, quite frankly.
Which appears to be rain.
Yeah, big drops on our country box window, Nick.
Our country box window, which looks down the main straight here at Warden Law, is in the way of the wind, and we're getting these big drops blown at the air. This actually might get close to being required. Oh, they've set them off.
Green flag.
They've set them off. This should be interesting.
It's going to be.
Who's in this race, and how are they going to do anything?
It's a 6-kart field in this race. And we've got Henry Ayres on the pole position, current British champion, kart number 1, Henry Ayres, with Matty Easton, former British champion, in kart number 3, alongside him. Second row is Nathan Chafer in the number 99, and then comeback king, Jay Taylor, in the 69. Stephen Horner is in 5th with Callum Porter. Those two are coming together. They've had a great event because they've been able to race one another throughout the weekend, and I think Keith Mason is a non-starter. So 6 karts have taken to the grid for our senior Rotax 177 final.
And it's very slippery.
It's going to be, isn't it? It's very slippery. We can already see that, Nick.
They're going to have some fun here. It's not a slippery. They are deliberately breaking traction there to get some temperature in the tyres. But we are getting. It's going to be really interesting to see. At this point, it's probably not doing any harm. But it carries on doing this, and in fact, I think it's just slowly spitting. It could get very exciting, Joe.
It's going to get very exciting as they come across the line to take the start. The red lights are on. They will go off and we will be racing. Henry Ayres on the inside, Matty Easton on the outside. Jay Taylor squeezing up the middle there and slotting in behind the Henry Ayres kart number 1. It's very, very wet now down here at this end of the track. And these karts going to be slipping and sliding around, gathering whatever grip they can.
That first corner was a voyage of unknown for all of them.
It really was.
But look at this, the local boy.
Look where Jay Taylor is.
Now it's easy. Now he's got power steering thanks to the water. He's straight through. Too wide.
As well as that, Nick, he's driven this track. He knows exactly where the grip is. And look at that. All the way around the outside of the corner, not on the racing line. That's where the grip is. And if anybody knows it, Jay Taylor does. But for him, Matty Easton also knows this track as well.
Well, this is the finest example of local knowledge I've ever seen. Look at this. Taylor has taken the lead from starting from 4th. We've got the national champion, we've got the 3rd champion, the club champion, and they're all behind an unfit bloke who's come back for the weekend.
They are indeed, and it's all down to knowing where the grip is, even more so with slick tyres on a wet track.
Yeah, if you look at the lines he's taken, it looks like he doesn't know how to drive, but he's pulled out a lead of, a couple of seconds in lap 1. Amazing.
Here he comes. This is going to be phenomenal to watch, and he braked there. The back end slipped out. The kart, he let it slide to the outside of the track. That's where the grip was.
15 seconds slower than a fast dry lap.
15 seconds, that's how wet it is. That is how wet it is. Callum Porter is into second spot. Callum
is brilliant.
From the back of the grid. Henry Ayres is third, Matty Easton fourth, Nathan Schaefer down to fifth, and Stephen Alden through in sixth.
I suppose what you do, if you as soon as you think it's going to rain, you get your mates just to loosen everything off and go full soft, don't you?
I'm not sure that they had time to do that because literally they were in the collecting area waiting to go out for the green flag when this downpour came. And is it still raining? It is. It's coming down. It's coming down. There's going to be less and less grip out there. But just look at Jay Taylor. This is kids who are racing karts and want to learn about the difference between the wet and dry line. Watch Jay Taylor
next
out
corner,
here.
for example, he's going to go right out as wide as he can.
He's not on the racing line at all.
Nowhere near the racing line.
Outside of the turn, that's where the grip is. He's just going to let a bit of air into his radiator. He's just monitored the temperature. And look at him. Just lets the kart slide out to the less rubbered outside line. He's on the conventional line there and through, and he'll let the kart slide. But this is a masterclass of Warden Law knowledge here with Jay Taylor.
And our normal favourite, Nathan Schaefer, 10 seconds behind in sixth. Obviously, Nathan's car and his knowledge just not set up for this weather.
No, really caught him out, hasn't it, Nathan Schaefer? That's a shame for him because he's really has shown his pace all day long.
You can see the rain on the screen. It's getting wetter and wetter and wetter and wetter, and these boys are on slicks. And at this point, it's wet weather. Definitely you have wet weather tyres, wouldn't you, Joe?
Oh, yes. At this stage, if we were starting the race now, I think they'd be allowed. Look at that. He's all the way on the outside. He's on the concrete. The concrete is actually grippier than the tarmac in these conditions on slick tyres. All the way around the outside of the horseshoe. That's where the grip is. That's where Jay Taylor's putting his kart. Look at that. You know what? That steering wheel is not straight. Is it going to be straight even on the straight? For a little bit, yeah, until he goes on the brakes.
He backs it into this corner. Back it to big turn and then uses two brakes and two sets. He changed the weight balance, stopped it, and then turned it.
Yeah.
Really, obviously, this is experience overcoming every other disability.
You know what? He's been praying for rain all weekend.
I can see why.
Because, it's so physical for him being out of the saddle for such a long time.
But the other one of the drivers who we never saw because he's at the back, Callum Porter, is in second.
Yeah, that's right. It's a good. I've always said the wet is a good leveler, even when you're on the right tyres.
Yes. Easton's in third. Henry Ayres is fourth. So let's have a quick look at second and third, as they're quite close as Jay Taylor disappears off in the distance. It's Callum Porter, who we've not seen at all during the previous racing because he was having a private battle with Stephen Horner. But now he's got himself second place. Ahead of Matthew Easton and, more importantly, ahead of the British champion Henry Ayres.
This is more what we used to, Nick.
Oh, is that right? No, it works. That works.
It works here. Just let it go. Let it go, and it'll get the grip, and it'll fire you off the corner. This is what we're used to in car racing, Nick. 5 seconds is the gap between first and second. 1.3 between second and third. 1.2 between third and fourth. 3.8 between fourth and fifth, and another 1.4 to the kart in sixth spot. Taylor, Porter, Easton, Ayres, Horner and Schaefer. That's the order across the line to complete 4 laps.
Easton is doggedly sticking to some of the racing line. You think it's surprising. You think he would have had a couple of laps following a local guy and would have then...
Well, Easton is a local guy.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't, because basically then he stayed in tight around the paddock hairpin onto the straight where everyone's been going wide. So obviously thinking outside the box. Has it stopped raining, or is it still raining a little bit?
It looks like it's still raining.
Very lightly, yeah. It's not going to get any wetter than this.
While we watch Matty Easton try and chase down Callum Porter, we give our best wishes to Dave Easton, his father, who's in hospital. Dave, our club chairman here at Warden Law Kart Club, and he's in hospital. Hopefully you get better soon, Dave, and I'm pretty sure you'll be watching from your hospital bed as Matty Easton. He's on the wet line there, not quite all the way around the outside, but it's been a bit of a disaster for Matty when the rain came. That's not what he wanted.
But there's still 10 minutes to go, and people are learning every lap.
Got out to 6.7, by the way.
The interesting thing is that the best lap time now, it is properly wet, has gone out to about a 1:09 and 1:10. So they are 20 seconds off the pace of a dry. Obviously, if they had wet tyres, it'll be quicker. But it's just so... Easton now is exploring what you can do in this temperature. He said, it's absolutely tipping it down as they come round the dog leg, you see the camera captures much easier even than your eyes. It's towards him. This is getting wetter and wetter and wetter. They're getting wetter and colder as well. And they're thinking, oh, this is what the northeast is supposed to be like.
Well, Matty Easton is from the northeast. Let me tell you where Callum Porter is from. Just talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Well, Callum Porter goes through the chicane. He's been closed down slowly by Matthew Easton, but they are both of them 10 seconds behind Jay Taylor.
He's from D-side.
Oh,
He's well used to it.
So there's a couple of locals here, but Callum Porter suddenly just out of water, and he's completely competitive. Been sort of off the pace of the national champion and run-up in the national championship and club champions, but now it's where he's on the pace. Matthew Easton, I think, is gaining pace, but not overall on Jay Taylor.
Jay Taylor crosses the line. Let's see what the gap. It was 9.2 seconds last time by. Callum Porter across the line in second. Gap out to 12.8 seconds. Jay Taylor is lapping. He lapped in the 1 minute 11s there. Callum Porter, 1 minute 15. He's 3.5 seconds quicker than anyone else on this track at the moment.
Your British champion did a 1:16, and Nathan Schaefer, who was the favourite, I suppose, on a dry day, 1:19. So Nathan's car is an absolute liability in the wet, and he's retiring. Nathan Schaefer realises nothing he can do with his combination of how he knows the track and the wet weather. So Schaefer, when it all looked like it was a really good chance coming into today, I mean, I must have thought he had a massive chance of being the O-Plate champion at the start of Sunday. Well, it's all gone wrong thanks to the great British weather, but it's all gone right for Jay Taylor, the man who was too tired to fix well in the last race last time.
He wasn't.
We're not having a go at him. He admitted it.
He admitted it himself, and he told me yesterday. I'll be there for the final, he said, but I'm not sure I'll be there for the finish. 15 minutes, he said, 15 minutes. He says, I'm haggard after 10. So he says, I'm not sure about where I'll be. Well, the rain has come, his prayers have been answered, and he's continuing to drive the absolute wheels off that number 69 kart.
Easton closer now to Porter. He's gaining. He's trying to see if he can pick up the second place overall, because there's always a chance, of course, that there'll be a problem with the leader. There'll be a problem in his own making because he's in a different postcode from these two at the moment. And yeah, absolutely now. Easton say he wants to get a move on. I think he's got a bit more confident about where the grip is. The rain is easing, but still happening.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now cameras there really got an idea of just how much of that. And like Nick said, it's that those huge summer droplets dropping here now and giving us.
And now, you see, theoretically, I can go up the inside of the centre hairpin. Well, you can't because there's no grip there. So
absolutely no grip.
And I don't think anyone has ever used this much full lock in a kart before. It's full lock one side, full lock the other side, and hope for the best. Because this is the ultimate problem. They are not just driving in the wet, but they're driving in the wet on slicks, and they're driving in the wet at the end of a meeting where everyone's put rubber and oil and gunk down. So this is the lowest grip they're ever going to find on a kart track.
These karts have been going round this track all day Friday, all day Saturday, and all day today. And the very final race of the weekend, it rains, and so you've got a very rubbered-in track. And
there for Easton, wasn't he? Dropped a huge.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He just kind of got out of sequence with the timing of where the grip was and how to drive, and he was right on the bumper of Callum Porter. 17 seconds is the gap. Jay Taylor has pulled out another a few seconds as again 2.5 seconds quicker than the Callum Porter kart, who slides very wide at the dogleg, and that's allowed Matty Easton right onto his tail. He made a big mistake. It's easy to say. When I say mistake, I really mean it in the slightest of terms.
It's not really a mistake, is it?
It's not a mistake. It's a voyage of discovery. Every time you go on that brake pedal, every time you turn the wheel, it's going to have a different level of feel. And it really is treacherous out there.
Can you imagine this weather that happened 20 minutes ago, and it was the Rotax 162?
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, dear, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That race would have had to be stopped.
I'm glad it didn't, really, because, a great drive from Lewis Gilbert. And then, when things like this happen, it is a complete lottery.
Well, it's getting dry because Jay has just done the fastest lap with a 107.6.
107, wow.
So he's done the fastest lap. So I think basically it's now reached a level of wetness that isn't going to get any wetter, despite a bit of extra rain. And he's now just bossing. And this is literally, you're kind of wondering, which... He must have rubbed a lucky leprechaun last night
You
or
know
something.
what? He's probably going to spend the rest of eternity in the company of the devil.
I know.
He sold his
it's not
soul.
like it was wet, so everyone had a chance at wet. It rained at exactly the right time for a man with local knowledge to just go away.
It literally started raining as we waved the green flag, didn't we? And he was on it from the very off. He knew these are my conditions. I know what this track does in the wet. And here he is.
20 seconds ahead, so this is why we're looking at second and third, because they are the only two who get the same frame. As the wet weather and the difficult conditions spread the carts out. But I have to be honest, coming back again now with Easton, Porter's driven brilliantly, because basically, you've seen what happens when you're a club racer versus a national standard racer, and he was left behind by 5 or 6 seconds in the heats, but now he's able to hold his own with the top of the national circuit.
I think as we get to 2 minutes to go, we'll have another look at Jay Taylor and how he gets around this track in these tricky conditions, and just see a bit of a
105.7.
A bit of a masterclass. It's that because the rain has stopped. I mean,
I think it may have eased back to nothing. Yeah, it doesn't look quite so unpleasant at the moment.
Yeah, maybe we'll have another look at Jay. Maybe we'll pick up Jay Taylor.
Let's find our leader. He's just coming out of the second centre. It's about to go
towards the chicane. Yeah, there's Jay Taylor, our race leader. And as the conditions come back, he's got a gap of 20 seconds.
He does look too tall for that car, by the way.
He's too tall for everything.
He's a lanky lad.
He'd be too tall for a Formula Ford.
There we go. Oh, that's an interesting cut back and cross now. He's doing
And this is the thing, Nick. The grip is going to change. The grip is going to change. If it stopped raining and the track's going to start drying out, it's going to dry out at different rates, where the rubber is, where the rubber isn't. And Jay Taylor is going to be, again, searching for it. He looks back and he's like, nobody's there, Jay. Forget it, mate. Just keep on going.
It is
Look at that.
He's gone 2 seconds faster again. So, but as you say, it was really, really interesting there, because even those last sequence of corners, the end of the horseshoe and the paddock bend, he took different lines to who he'd been taking in the full wet. He was doing some karting line and then switching back to some normal line.
Honestly, he knows this place intimately. He really does, and he'll know exactly what the conditions are like. Back on the racing line.
We've got a dry line. Look, there is now a dry line on the inside of the first centre hairpins. That's the racing line for the second centre hairpin. Taking some curve. That's brave.
Yeah, because the curbs will stay wet.
Let's see what happens here, because this is one where they've been taking some really alternate routes around the Gasworks hairpin.
He's braking earlier.
He's pretty much on the racing line now.
He's getting back to the conventional line, but he's braking earlier. He was on the brakes before the regular braking point for the Gasworks hairpin. Ooh. Just flicking the car.
I think he lost a bit there because he was sliding across rather than turning, but I don't think it matters because he's still so far ahead.
He's just given the radiator a full opening there just to cool the engine.
1 minute 0.9. So he really is finding pace every lap. That's 3 seconds faster than the previous lap.
We've got 1 minute of this time remaining. This is the final of Rotax 177 class, and it's the last race of the event. It's the last of the O-plates to be awarded. Now, if he continues on in this guise and actually takes the victory, it's going to create a massive dilemma for him.
What's that?
Because to carry the O-plate, he's going to have to make a complete comeback and come and race regularly.
And actually do some racing, yeah.
Yeah, and actually, I'm sure his bank manager is really pleased to hear that.
Yeah, I think that could be
his dad, actually.
It's a very difficult conversation as he sweeps around the hairpin again. He's got this one and one more, so 2 more laps to go for Jay Taylor for what, in fairness, at the start of the day was the most unlikely win of all.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what?
A driver who we thought would be really good for 5 laps.
This is himself.
Yeah.
You are quoting what Jay told us.
Has been really good for 14 and has shown you what local knowledge and a bit of precipitation can bring you, and the answer is victory.
Unbelievable drive. You saw it happen at the first turn when he was very racy. He stuck the kart behind Henry Ayres off the pole position and very quickly got past him. And then we saw a masterclass in wet weather driving here at Warden Law. Slick tyres on these karts in very wet conditions.
Behind us has been a change for second and third. Henry Ayres now it's dried up, just on a 56.9 and is gaining hand over fist over Callum Porter. Easton's dropped back with a problem. So it looks like second and third may change on this last lap, but we'll stick with our leader.
I think Easton's got a problem. He's dropped behind Matty.
So second and third is battling hard at the moment with Henry Ayres coming up and through.
Final lap board for Jay Taylor. He's actually going to do it. He's been assisted all weekend by his brother Lee, who works for Strawberry as a mechanic, and Lee himself was the mechanic on Ethan Jeff Hall this weekend. And
they
Lee,
say dreams don't come true.
he's about to do what no one expected him to do, even himself. He didn't expect to do anything this weekend. He was happy to make a comeback and race at the O-Plate at Warden Law. He knew he was unfit, and he knew that it was a far-off chance that he might be able to do something. Well, you know what, Jay? It's come to you, my friend. Final part of the circuit now for Jay Taylor. Out of paddock hairpin and across the line to take the one of the most surprising wins in the karting calendar, and he flicks it sideways and comes in style.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. And of course, those of you with us on our broadcast yesterday would have seen we had a little bit of a chat with Jay and his comeback. Second and third still scrapping away. It's all down. The second and third are right together actually at the moment, just on top of the corner. They're putting on a bit of a show. And they're about to cross the line now. And has Callum Porter held? I think he may have done by just a couple of tenths. It's going to be Callum Porter who does hold on to second, and well deserved. Henry Ayres is third. Stephen Horner's fourth. Matthew Easton is fifth, and Nathan Chaffee is sixth. Both Easton and Chaffee, the early favourites, didn't make the trip after, well, just the weather went against them. Well, there we are. That is a truly remarkable finish to the event, where the heavens opened for exactly the right amount of time, at exactly the right time, to present the most unlikely winner, a fantastic home win favourite, and he's down in Parc Ferme with Joe Bradley right now.
Jay Taylor, winner of the O-Plate. There's his brother Lee. He's been assisting him all weekend. Oh my goodness. Wait until he gets his helmet off. Unbelievable. 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 Okay, mate, you've sold your soul for that weather, haven't you?
Prayed for that all weekend. Perfect time. Couldn't have asked for a better time to come down.
It rained when the green flag went, and as soon as you went out there, you knew it was yours, didn't you?
Time come then. I knew from the start that was it. It was my time then. Kept on head forward, kept the car on the track. It's only one way for that to come on. Kept the car on the track, and that was it.
I've been watching you drive round here since you were 4 years old, mate, and what I saw there was a masterclass in how to drive Warden Law on slicks in the wet.
That is how many laps I've done around here. That's just what's proven it can be done again. Too many laps around here. There's no one will beat me in them conditions. Perfect.
Now then, you've created a dilemma for yourself, mate. You've got the O-Plate. The O-Plate's going to be on your kart. So it's a comeback, isn't it? You're going to come and race with us.
I couldn't do that in the dry. I could not have done 15 minutes if the track was dry then. I was going to pull in. I wouldn't have lasted 15 minutes, so
yeah, we were talking about that.
Probably that'll be my last race, and that'll be it. Done. That's me done. No more.
Well done, guys. Big thanks to your brother, I would think.
Definitely.
He helped you big time this weekend.
Yeah, he has always done. From the start, when you start mechanicking for us, then never always been the same. Top mechanic.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Jay. Well done, mate. Well done. Cracking. Awesome.
I can tell you back. Oh, I've got a mask. I'm apologies to everyone here. I'll walk in the corner, so I'm 18 feet away from someone.
Out of everybody. We're in each other's bubble.
Well, I think you know how things you hope they're going to be good, and then they deliver. Every single race. This race, which was going to be a little bit kind of A7 cars, then delivered the fairy tale you need to end today.
You know what? We were looking forward to Henry Ayres, Matty Easton battling it out. Nathan was in there as well. I was going to be taking the mickey out of him for packing in at 12 laps, you know. I did not expect to see Jay Taylor take that victory. You know what? That's what motorsport, that's what karting, that's what sport, live sport's all about, the unexpected. Fantastic end to what it's been a fantastic event. I mean, all of our classes, Nick, have been just outstanding entertainment.
See, Brent, I'm going to throw you a difficult one. Driver of the day?
Oh, it's got to be him, hasn't it? It's got to be him because of the difference in the conditions, and he adapted to those conditions, and from completely not having any chance whatsoever, he took the win. He took the O-Plate.
I'm going to go for Chase Fernandez because of his incredibly intelligent driving throughout the entire weekend. But yeah, always end with a fairy tale, always end with 4 great races. Joe, thank you very much for having us in. You obviously were instrumental in getting all the coverage here. Thank you very much to our sponsors, Sport 21, the Electric Centre, I'm failing now on the
Electricals.
Thank you very much. And North East Business Centre, do apologise. I normally have that written down, but it's just I can't read it. We're RC Racing TV. It's been fantastic covering this O-Plate Rotax Championship here from Warden Law. Stay tuned for more radio control action next week, for drifting action next week, and very hopefully, perhaps in the next couple of weeks, some classic karting, but that'll have to be confirmed. But until then, do you know what I do? I go back and watch those finals again. See you all. Thanks very much.